Evolution has taught us to be afraid of the dark, seeing things that aren't there, unexplained sounds causing sudden panic. Was the cold air on the back of your neck only a breeze, or a spirit reaching for your soul? Most know these tricks of the mind are only machinations of their imagination. But what if something was truly watching us in the darkness? We, as investigators, must distinguish what is real and what is not. We protect ourselves and our loved ones from these dangers, and yet, one can never truly outrun death. The Circle of the Ouroboros, Assignment 571, Blackout. Welcome, everybody. Wow, we have already crushed. we have just soared by 250, and we are already halfway through getting 500 for the Trevor Project. Anyways, hi everybody. I'm Jonny. I'm TalkingXP. Tonight we are playing Candela Obscura, and we are going to be raising money for the Trevor Project. It is going to be directly through Twitch, so where the subscriber button thing is, you can just go directly and donate there. $500. There's also some donation rewards, and I'm gonna need some help because I don't think I can keep track of everybody in chat. So please tell me if you donated a certain amount of money, and if you're giving a gift, please put it in chat, and then people just remind me. That'd be great. Thanks. Yeah, I'm super excited to run this. This is actually one of our first times running this. This is going to be, as you can see at the very top right corner of the overlay, it is a thing that we're running on Kickstarter. It is a one-shot for Candela, but that's enough of that. Let's talk to the people that are here today. We're going to start with Craig. Who are you?
Hi, everybody. I am Craig of Inspiration, and I help DMs and players run better games.
Incredible. Becca, who are you?
As Jonny just said, I'm Becca. I use any pronouns. I usually just hang out here in this Twitch stream.
All right. And Ryan, who are you?
I'm Run DMG online. I make all sorts of memes. I do stuff for charity, and I'm here to call Jonny Daddy as many times as I can physically manage today. Physically.
Incredible. All right. Whitney, who are you?
Daddy.
Oh my God, thank you, Daddy. I am Whitney. I am better known on the internet as smoking glue guns. I put dicks in dice for money. This is a short version.
Incredible. So go buy some dicks with dice. Also,
yeah. Oh yeah. The code's still active.
There's a code.
For the next month, if you go to smokingglueguns.com and you make a purchase and you use code JOHNNYDADDY, you will get 10% off your purchase. And yes, Storydad, I'm gonna be shipping to Canada in the next update. So, yeah, we're adding Canada, baby.
Ooh, baby.
Woo! All right, Storydad, who are you?
Hey, I'm Storydad. I run Another World Tabletop. I play TTRPGs. I'm a game master. Some people like to say professionally. And I'm here with Jonny and all these lovely folks to tell you a spooky story.
So excited. And then finally, Mandii, who are you?
Hi everybody, I'm Mandii, or the Mandii, as you know me all over the internet. You can see me on a ton of different actual plays, most notably the Magic RPG cast. And yes, professional dungeon master, TTRPG writer, blah, 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 that's me.
All right. Well, I guess we should begin, yes? All right. Let's change the setting here a little bit. So, on this idle night in the Steel, it's accompanied by occasional chimes of far-off boats and the churning of hydroelectric plants sloshing water. The atmosphere is thick with an eerie fog and a hum of anticipation. There are doors of massive buildings by the water that are burst open, spilling the body of a man that chases out into the darkness. We follow him for a moment over his shoulder as we hear his ragged breathing, this about 40-year-old man that is running for his life, panicked. At a quick glance, we look back at the door, where we see an inky indigo contagion spidering through this dull gray haze with lightning speed. It appears here and is gone, and appears in another spot and disappears. Something watches from this entryway and follows this person. He continues running as we see the camera on the other side of an alleyway as we see him turn down. He stumbles in a direction that he's trying to make home, somewhere safe. But in an instant, this figure appears in front of him. You see the man going onto his back and beginning to slide back as quick as he can. But this is death. As we peer into this face, this is death incarnate. This elongated arm sways with an uncanny bend, one ending with a sheathed white glove. The other hand, gone. But this creature reaches out, and below the rim of its black top hat, we can see these eyes blazing like embers, one a brilliant scarlet and the other a golden star yellow. The man opens his mouth to scream, but there's no sound as we see fog beginning to exit his mouth, entering into the hand before finally this man falls down. The camera looks at this creature as it fixes its glove and quickly disappears. And the camera just slowly returns to this man, where we see wrinkles. He was 40 before, but now 70, 80. These were the moments just before the dawn. And as we continue to see this body, the lights just barely flicker before they all black out. We open again in mid-afternoon, where we see a most likely haunted mansion in the middle of the eaves. This is a place where people run past when they're trying to get to their next destination. This is a place that attracts the folks that want to see something scary. But nothing is truly scary on the inside. Inside, we find a person that is beginning to prepare themselves for a gathering. Becca, as we enter this house, can you please describe your character, what they look like, who they are, and what they're doing to prepare for this meeting?
Yes, of course. Everette McRae is a man in his late 20s, kind of like relatively well dressed, but looks like he's had a few sleepless nights relatively recently. He's got like short black hair with a middle part kind of giving him like a Milo Thatch look, and then a good amount of stubble. Like from the sleepless nights, he also hasn't been taking care of himself too well, and just some like spectacles that sit on the bridge of his nose, and he is very hurriedly trying to clean off a table that was certainly moments ago fully covered in books and tomes and different notebooks and stuff like that, and is trying to set it with tea and like cookies and bread and like that sort of thing, and just getting everything set for what's about to come down here.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
As you're setting everything up, you get the final plate onto the table, and then you hear a knock at the door.
Right. All right. I'm gonna just adjust myself one more time, and then I'll go answer the door.
You see this older gentleman, about late 50s. He has short hair, this thick mustache, and is wearing this impeccable suit with like a golden pocket watch chain that comes out of his pocket. He's turning away looking at the rest of the eaves before you open the door, and he says, "Good morning," or good evening, God, jeez. Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon, Everette.
Good afternoon. Do I recognize this man?
Yeah, this is Quentin. This is the person
yes.
that you spoke to at the funeral.
Yes, of course. Quentin, lovely to see you. Glad you could make it. You're the first to... But please, come in. I will kind of...
All right.
Gesture and kind of...
So I'm the first one. Nobody else has arrived yet.
Well, unless you count me, then I suppose. But yes, no one else is here yet.
Well, I guess we'll wait then. Huh.
Yes,
is
there is there anything you would like? Anything else?
I can make my own tea, thank you. You just take a seat, relax. Everything is gonna be fine.
Yes. Yeah, I'll sit down and like get myself some like bread and
incredible
butter, and I kind of just look and like realize I haven't set out any butter knives, but just start to casually smear butter on the bread with a spoon.
Incredible. He just looks as he's making tea and doesn't say anything, just nods. Well, a few moments go by before we hear the door knocking once more. As each of you look to the door, the camera looks towards the interior of the front door, and we flash back. Aemmaline, can you describe your character, Whitney, who they are, and what they are doing to prepare for this meeting?
Yeah, sure. Aemmaline is a early 20s young woman with caramel skin, golden glasses, and a large purple gemstone hanging from a tight choker around her neck. Her hair is in a tight, spindly disarray of curls that like looks well groomed, but is like clearly doesn't really know how to take care of it super well. The clothing is very clearly of money, but doesn't look like it's practical. It's one of those like she knew where to buy the right stuff, but it's not of taste. It just sort of works as clothing. And I think she would be in her shop at the desk going over a large notebook that looks very old.
Incredible. And, of course, we cannot talk about Aemmaline without talking about Courtney. Courtney. Storydad. Do you mind introducing Courtney? Who is he, and what does he look like? What is he also doing to prepare for this meeting?
Courtney is busying himself. He's going through a sort of rubric of routine. He is relacing his shoes. He is patching small holes in his vest that, he only wears for these special occasions. He has a set of tools that have been set out to sort of, itemize. I'm looking for this wrench. I'm looking for that thing. I'm looking for this, that, the other one. That one is for hurting people. And he's a man of about 6'3" to 6 feet tall, depending on whether or not he's really slouching or trying to hide his physique. His shoulders are broad. His muscles are bulky from a life of discipline. He has bare forearms that are covered in small scars. Closer attention to the details would reveal them to be scars from shrapnel, from small arms fire, burn marks from muzzles too close. He is every part up and down a soldier. He's wearing right now the undergarments that he'll be throwing his fancy clothing on over. But other than that, that's Courtney, green-eyed and bulky.
Amazing. You are each together when you receive a letter requesting your appearance at the McRae estate. And so, as you receive this letter, is there anything you would like to do?
I'll be talking to Aemmaline before anything else. He'll walk over to her desk that she's standing at. Aemmaline, are you ready?
I suppose we won't keep them waiting.
You know, it's been a while since I've been to something so formal.
I told you we could buy you a new vest. You were the one who insisted that I did not have to.
You're right. I don't know. I don't feel ready. I got a feeling in my gut. It's crawling up me. Walking up my back. I don't feel great about it.
What is it I said a really long time ago? The city's a beast. We just have to face it head on.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I told you that. All right. Yeah. Okay. This is gonna sound dumb. Can you button me up? And he'll throw his vest on, and it's like one of those where you have to like put the button through and then like tie a knot to get it to hold. And he's like, I gotta be honest, Aemmaline, I have no idea what I'm doing here.
She'll like put the buttons together, and that would be the first time that he probably would notice across her knuckles is like sort of wrapped covering from like where she had been practicing on her own, unsupervised. So there's like tiny little cuts across her knuckles where she had been punching something. So like they're just wrapped up rather jankily in like long strips of linen.
Courtney's gonna grab her hand while she's buttoning up the vest. And what have you been doing?
I can't always practice under your I'd apologize, but we both know I wouldn't mean it.
Yeah. Listen, we've been over this. You can't be hurting yourself like this.
It was just a punching bag and I missed and hit the wall. It's fine, it's not broken.
No, listen, come here. And then he's gonna undo the linens and then kind of like with a very meticulous set of steps, he's just going to anchor it, wrap it, rebandage, and then give it a little extra kind of reminder tug, and just it's like, hey, I can't stop you from going and hurting yourself, all right? I get it. But if you're gonna, come to me. Tell me. I'll bandage you up.
Fine.
All right.
Okay. So, we return back to the McRae estate. On the interior of the door, as I assume Everette answers the door, you find Aemmaline and Courtney.
Good afternoon. Pleasure.
Yeah, I'm hi, and Courtney's gonna like kind of half bow, kind of like, it's good. It's nice to meet you.
Emily's just gonna shove him inside from behind, and then push past him.
Yeah, no,
she's like, the tea's ready, Everette, isn't it?
It is, yes. Everything is set. Quentin's already here. Thank you, Aemmaline. Lovely to see you as well.
Thank you, sweetheart.
A few moments pass once again, and we hear another knock at the door. And this time we flash back to Magnus getting ready. Ryan, please introduce Magnus. Who is he? What does he look like? What is he doing to prepare?
Magnus is maybe late 50s, early 60s, older gentleman. A little rough and tumble looking, a little stocky. His face is like a little rough, like it's seen too many days outside. He's got he's got an awkward Glasgow smile creeping up from the edges of his mouth. And he looks like he's lived a hard life, but he's come up quite a bit. His clothes are pretty nice. He's dressed very similar to me. He's got a nice like overcoat, big red sash that he kind of wears as a scarf. A three-piece suit, looking very classy. One thing I do want to say though, I don't think he's outside I think he's inside the house right now. getting ready. I think he is in Granny's room, and I think he's sitting on the bed, and I think like he's like petting her pillow, and like I think there is like a deep sadness to him in this, like a very, he knows other people aren't here, so he feels like he can be vulnerable in this moment and kind of just like feel his feelings. And I think that's what he's doing. He's sitting on Granny's bed, he's petting a pillow, like maybe like I think maybe just trying to get like some semblance of like her being there again, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay. You take a few moments, and this is one of the more intimate places that you can find. A place that is very close. I mean, we spend 8 hours, hopefully, a day sleeping. So this is a place where a lot of time was spent. You can see that there is a lone hair that you pick up, and it still has her scent. But eventually, you return to the rest of the group downstairs, I assume, and everybody... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna say, you know, he just kind of like gathers himself. He's like, another day, just the rest to go over with. And he's going to skirt out the window and then come around front.
Amazing.
Already inside the building, but he's very conscious that Everette does not know that he is inside this house as much as he actually is. So he is going to pretend like he's just coming in, like he wasn't in here in the entire time.
Please, for the first night, or first roll of the night, do a hide roll.
A hide roll. I'm pretty good.
First roll.
Pretty good.
First roll.
So I've got 2 in hide, so that's just 2 dice, right? Right?
Yeah.
One's gilded. It's a 4.
Okay, so it's a mixed success. What is something that Magnus would forget in this room?
I think his hat.
His hat.
He's going to get.
Okay.
He's going to knock on the door
Hat.
and then remember that his hat is missing. And then he's going to spend the rest of the evening trying to find a way to surreptitiously get that hat back.
Incredible. So, you make it out perfectly. Nobody hears you, but you realize that the hat is gone, and we return back to that door as Everette, you again answer the door to find Magnus there.
Mr. McGillicuddy.
Everett, how you doing? I'm going to kind of like cinch up his coat a little bit. I'm going to dust off his shoulders. Look good. You look strong.
No one's ever said that about me, so that's a lie. Thank you.
It's supposed to be a compliment.
Right.
How you doing?
Surviving. You?
Oh, we are. Surviving myself.
There's tea.
Oh, thank you. I think I'll have a cup.
Magnus, when you enter, you find your good friend Quentin, the one that you had been in a previous circle with. And at the sight of you, he stands up. Magnus, my good friend,
Hi,
how
Quentin.
are you?
I'm doing good.
Pats
How
you
are
on
you
the
doing,
back.
brother?
Well, you know how it is every time that we get together. It's always something bad, so...
Somebody dies.
Yes.
Or somebody died, you know what I'm saying? Well, and also when
right.
we get together, somebody tends to die too.
We try and make sure that the death count is as low as possible, but yeah.
That's the
Please don't let anyone die during tea.
Can I get you a cuppa?
Already have one. And he turns around to the
we
table.
all know. I'm gonna like take his guys. Like you always make your tea wrong. I'll get yours.
All right.
You put the milk in first. That's so weird. You can't do that. It scorches it, right? It scorches it, mate.
It tastes the same. That's fine. Go ahead. Let me just finish this real quick. There you go.
I'm gonna start like making people tea because I don't think they can do it right.
Amazing. Magnus would be that kind of a person. All right. This is the members of the circle that you know of. the four of you and Quentin. But after a little bit of conversation, Quentin says, there are a few other folks that we're going to be waiting on. So, hopefully they show up. I don't want to... He pulls out his pocket watch. I don't want to wait too long, but they didn't confirm, so I just want to make sure that we give them at least a little bit of time.
You invited extras without telling us?
Well, one of them is kind of an expert at these murders, the purple flower ones. And then another one Magnus and I worked with, Serafine.
Oh, it'd be good to see Serafine again.
Emmeline's
proper
eyes would have
lass.
immediately flicked to like look at Courtney, and then she would have curled up in her chair like crisscross applesauce with her cup of tea, and is holding it with the other hand to hide the fact that she's like visibly enraged.
And around this time, you hear a knock on the door again. But we will flash back. Bartholomew. Craig, please tell me, what is Bartholomew doing, and what does he look like? Who is he?
Bartholomew the Great is early 40s, olive complexion, long, dark, dreadlocks, short beard, curly mustache, is laying down spread in bed with his clothes disheveled, finishing a cigarette and looking at the invite. Looks at the clock and sees that he's about to be late, puts the cigarette out, goes to a cracked mirror on the wall, straightens his bow tie, puts his jacket on, puts on his top hat, and heads out the door.
Amazing. Everette, you answer the door, and you find Bartholomew on the other side. This person that you haven't met before. But nevertheless, Quentin looks over. Ah, Bartholomew, good to see that you made it. We were just about to begin.
Bartholomew the Great at your service. Pleasure to meet you. You are?
Pleasure. Everette McRae.
Nice to meet you.
You as well. Please, we have tea and snacks.
Quentin, it's good to see you.
It's great to see you. I'm glad that we can finally work together. I've only heard of your work. I'm sure you're as close as you can be to whatever this killer is. Quick introductions of everyone, and you introduce each other. And a few minutes go past after that introduction, to the point where Quentin just looks to the door and just says, well, I guess they will not be joining us, so. And then at that, you hear a knock at the door. We look back towards the door, and we flash back to see Serafine. Mandii, who is Serafine? What do they look like? How are they preparing?
If I may. The scene opens up in a small, dark apartment filled with arcane accoutrements. There are cards on the table, a crystal ball, a variety of herbs and other questionable substances, a couple bottles of wine here and there, a lit cigarette still sitting in the ashtray, and Serafine is sitting on the floor in the middle of a large magic circle that she's painted onto the floor. I'm sure her landlord loves that. And she is meditating. And she opens one eye and looks at the clock, closes it again, waits a little bit, and then sighs and gets up. She is wearing all black attire. It is black blouse that has little floral details kind of sewn into it, intricate sleeves that have little cutouts in them, long skirt, sensible black boots. She's got very curly, almost wild-looking brown, almost auburn in some places, hair, strong brows, strong features, little beauty marks that kind of randomly dot over her skin where you can see a wide variety of jewelry that just is mixed metals, so gold and silver, crystals, inscribed, all kinds of things that she looks like a witch. First glance at this woman, there's something about her. And she just kind of sighs. She looks tired. Despite how beautiful she is, she looks exhausted. She looks in the mirror and she says, "Well, I guess I better get going."
And going you do. As we return back to the door, Everette, you open the door to find Serafine on the other end. Person that you also don't know.
I presume our last guest of the afternoon?
That would be me.
Everett McRae, pleasure to meet you.
Serafine Ladron at your service.
Amazing.
She will do a lovely little curtsy. You are Everette?
Yes,
Yes, I see the resemblance.
thank you. Please, we have tea and snacks inside, and the rest of our group, I suppose.
As she steps past you in the door, she's like a little close and kind of like touches your shoulder. "I'm sorry for your loss."
It's quite all right. Thank you. Thank you.
She is immediately looking for Quentin.
Quentin is there. And you see
Quincy.
the rest. You see the other members of the circle here as well. But Quentin stands. Serafine, it is good to see you.
It is always good to see you, my friend. And
wish
she
it
is
was
looking around
Mm-hmm.
and sees Courtney and just kind of acts like she doesn't see him.
Courtney's eyes have not left her since she walked in the room.
I wish it was
Quincy.
better circumstances that.
Oh yeah, she hugs him.
Yeah, he
Pat, pat.
hugs back.
Feel some tension in the room. I don't know if anybody else has noticed, but
Magnus.
oh, Serafine, it's so good to see you again.
Will you make me tea, darling? She gives you a hug.
I like the second you like before you can even get the arms, or he pulls up like a cup and then completes the hug.
Perfection, as always.
Well, this is everyone. So, thank you for coming here, and thank you for hosting, Everette.
Where else would it be but here? So,
I bring news of my dear friend Agatha, Magnus, Serafine, you know. They reported that their roommate didn't come home last night, and when she retraced his usual steps, she found his body covered in purple petals. Which is why I brought Bartholomew here. Bartholomew the Great. He is someone that has been looking very deeply into these murders that have been happening around the town. We are going to be setting this assignment so that you can meet Agatha in the alleyway. She said that she saw something that she didn't want to continue alone and asked for help. So, that is why we are here.
It's getting
So-
too close.
So
Too
what?
close
This
to
is
us.
this is the new circle then.
Yes, and feel free to name your own circle. I was going to let that be your decision. But you don't need to make the name yet. You can head out. We just need to find whatever is doing this. This is the final straw.
Serafina looks angry. It's too close. I don't like this.
My thoughts exactly.
We've been on the trail for this, whatever it is, for how long, Quentin?
Well, as you know, the murders have started to become a little more frequent in the recent months, but I think that's when it really caught our attention. And since then, we haven't been able to really pinpoint where it would attack next.
Well, let's hope we can finally put an end to this once and for all.
Well,
Courtney
How-
takes a deep breath and he looks down at his feet and then sighs heavily and looks to Quentin. Does this thing have any patterns? Are we looking at certain neighborhoods? Is there a radius that it doesn't move out of? What are we working with?
as of now, Bartholomew, you can chime in whenever, but as of now, we haven't seen any sort of patterns. It was getting more frequent, but it was all over Newfaire.
That's why we've
And-
had so much trouble tracking it. Is we are not unable to find any discernible pattern, but finding a body so timely, we haven't been able to investigate so quickly after finding a body.
How many? Has it been now? I'm not quite sure.
A couple dozen?
Already that many.
Yeah.
Well, we should not delay. The longer we wait, the colder the trail gets.
Oh,
Yeah,
great.
you learn a lot from a warm body.
That you
Well,
do.
as I said, Agatha will be there. So, and he pulls out a map of Newfaire, points out the alleyway that she said that she was at, says, "This is where you're going to be meeting her." So,
Sarah will just boop, take that.
Yeah. well,
Did she
good
just
luck.
go alone?
She was retracing the steps alone, yes, but she decided not to go any further. She said that she was going to look around, possibly find something, but I haven't spoken to her other than that she found the body.
Sarah looks at you for the first time and says, "The doctor knows what she is doing."
The teacup Aemmaline is holding in her hands is going to shatter as she squeezes it too hard.
Oh, hey,
um,
whoa, hey.
um,
I'm gonna over there with a tea towel. Hey, just gotta be careful. It's
Port's gonna
own porcelain.
stand up, look to Emmeline's hands. What are you doing?
Nothing. It's fine. Let's just go.
All right, keep it cool.
Yeah. Super cool. It's gonna be so cool. The coolest. I'm sorry.
When you are done making a mess, we can get started.
I'm gonna punch her.
This is going to be a long night. Please try to keep it a little civil.
As you wish.
Magnus is kind of trying to put the pieces of the teacup back together.
Oh, Magnus here.
Mag.
You know, they don't
Oh,
make
buddy.
them like this anymore. This is bone china. This is a
There's a million
famous
of them.
set,
There's
you
a
know.
million of them in the cupboards. There's a bazillion of them. We don't need another. We can get rid of one.
It's your house, I guess.
Yes, it is.
Just leave the pieces. I'll take care of it. You all should get going.
Yeah, we should go.
I think Magnus is surreptitiously going to hide a piece in his coat.
Buddies.
Incredible.
No.
You just want to give him a hug.
Aw.
You feel so bad for him.
And Quentin is not accompanying us, correct? We are going on our own.
Correct.
Okay, I figured as much.
Sad.
So,
Do we have a vehicle or a way of getting there, or are we walking?
Are we
There
close?
there's rail cars.
We're walking
the
arm in
eaves-
arm and skipping there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Everywhere you
In the
go.
Newfaire fashion.
Traditional Newfaire style.
Yeah.
Just have to get to the map real quick. I think the eaves are pretty close to the steel. The steel is where you're ending up for the investigation. So,
Is that the fancy book?
it is the fancy book. Ooh.
Oh
so
my
pretty.
gosh.
Ooh.
It's across the way, across the river.
It's not long.
too
Not that bad of a
far.
walk.
But there are rail cars. So as you cross the bridge, exactly.
Yeah.
As you cross the bridge, you're able to get a rail car and finish the rest of the journey to the steel.
Okay.
As you enter the steel, there's a few things you see. One, when you get off your rail car, you see that there is no power. Everything around, all of the lamps, all of the signs, everything is out. Even the rail car doesn't go into the steel because it knows that it'll just die there. You begin to see as well, as you navigate the streets, there are many factory workers here that have taken to the streets and protest. You can hear them beginning to yell out, "Workers' health, not owners' wealth! Workers' health, not owners' health!" You are seeing them beginning to gather. But you pass by them, continuing to where you were supposed to meet Agatha. Not raining. No, thank you. You find her waiting at the mouth of a dark corridor between two towering buildings where she sees Magnus and Serafine and recognizes the two of you.
Doctor.
Serafine?
Egg.
Magnus? It is... It's great to meet each of you. All right, here, come with me. You can see her taking out this tin of chewing tobacco as she grabs like this giant thing of it and puts it into her bottom lip. All right. It's just around this way. I saw a person that was looking down the alleyway and I knew that I should be there. And luckily, I don't think they saw me, so I didn't return. But it's right around here. And you continue to wind through some of the alleyways that are interconnected. And there is this central, connection between several different alleyways in between a bunch of buildings. This seems to be like a dock almost. And in one of the corners, that's where she takes you. There's a large wall that has dumpsters on the side of it, but just behind it. She takes you there, and when she looks... Wait. He's gone.
What do you mean he's gone?
Look! And as you turn, you see nothing.
Were you sure he was dead in the first place? His corpse.
Of
is
course,
just
Magnus,
dumped
I'm sure.
away.
I'm old, but I'm not that old.
The doctor
Hey,
would know.
You don't have
You
to
don't-
take offense.
Mag.
Are
Is there
the
a
purple
trail?
petals still there?
Or
All I'm
yeah, like, is there
saying.
anything that like looks?
So, yeah, go ahead. Anybody that is looking for the purple petals, please do a, goodness me,
Survey?
it's been a minute. Survey, please.
Survey?
What
is
if
it high
I'm-
stakes or low stakes?
What if I'm not looking with my eyes? GM.
If you're looking with your, yeah, survey still works, right? Search track spot. Yeah.
Can I use a drive to increase my
Yeah.
to add a d6
Yeah,
onto this
that's
bad
what
Well,
I'm
one
gonna
of you-
use a drive.
I'm gonna use,
One of you is going to be making this. This is a very low stakes roll. This is to see if you can find
Okay.
any information. Yeah.
Should I do it since I have the most information on purple petals in general?
How many d6s do you get in your survey roll?
Just one. But I have a bunch of drive I can use.
I got 2, and then I wouldn't have to burn a drive.
And you can always aid if you want to pay a.
Well,
So-
can I give her a drive?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right,
And
I'll
in
help.
this, great. So then there's 3 dice that you're going to be rolling, 3 d6s, and in this it looks like you are all just, searching the area as Agatha's speaking to the rest of everybody else.
Yeah, it's a 5. Oh, I forgot spooky mystical stuff.
Spooky mystical
Yeah,
stuff.
I would like to either attune or reveal to see if I can see any remnants of the body that was here.
Okay, all right. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and do a sense roll then.
Okay.
Can I assist with that? Can I give a drive?
It's only 3. I
How
already
would
rolled it.
you assist?
I think Serafina and I have worked together before,
Mhm.
so I think I have like
Okay.
some bare idea of like how to help out. Maybe describe, Serafina, what are you doing to like attune in this moment or sense? Are you just gonna?
While everybody is searching around, she's standing still, and you know this look on her face. She closes her eyes, hands up, and she is opening herself to the beyond.
I think I'm just kind of like
Okay,
standing
Trelawney.
nearby. I think I'm standing nearby, and as people are like trying to search and maybe not paying attention, I'm like redirecting them, making sure they don't like
Bump her.
disabuse the focus that they're trying to create.
Mhm.
Incredible. All right, so then,
Uh,
yes, please add that drive. So go ahead and roll one more die then.
Oh gosh, how do I do that?
Just roll a sense roll again, and we'll take the furthest left.
Okay. That's a 4.
Okay. That's a 4. So it wouldn't be gilded because it's an extra die, but
Right.
that is a mixed success. So, point of order. Bartholomew and Aemmaline both were looking for the petals around. You find there is this really dirty, blackened petal that only shows this one vibrant streak of purple. And Aemmaline, as you're searching and find that, you pick up the petal, and Bartholomew, before you can say anything about its poisonous nature, you immediately feel this sting on your hand, Aemmaline. So go ahead and take a body,
Okay.
as that poison seems to have just barely nicked your hand. Seems that with all of the dirt and grime around here, it's a little bit less, but it definitely did not feel good.
Watch out for the petals. Do not touch them directly.
The warning would have been nice before.
Serafina,
Sorry.
Yes.
as you open up your sense to try and see something beyond what the eyes can see, you close your eyes and you feel yourself moving towards this strong feeling of death. And as you stand in the side of this alleyway, you feel this overwhelming power of darkness almost consume you. As you feel yourself looking down at the body of this person, you feel your hand reaching out, and you can feel the life force draining from him. And you look at your hand, and it's this vibrant white glove. But you stare down at the dying eyes of a person as they look at you with terror.
No.
Go ahead and take a brain.
Mm-hmm.
But each of you find these small pieces of information. And I will say, as the body falls to the ground and this thing releases its grip, you feel it teleport, and you almost fall before you see the site of a power plant. The Steelwater Power Plant.
Okay, Steelwater. I think on the outside, like obviously in my head, I'm moving, I'm seeing all these things. On the outside, her hair just starts to like float around her shoulders a little bit.
That's cool.
But you can hear you hear her say no, and she takes the brain.
That's not normal, that part, but the hair, that happens a lot. Just for everybody, it's not.
That just
Parlor
happens.
trick.
It just
you
happens
okay?
as normal.
Oh yeah, the hair thing is home. The no thing, she doesn't usually say no. Or I mean, I guess she says no occasionally, but not like that.
Right.
And I think after I see this power plant, the drained body, the terror and the dead eyes, the white glove, I see where the body was. I know what it looks like. It just kind of snaps me back, and I'm just like, and I'm holding on to Magnus's shoulder as I kind of steady myself.
Would you see it?
The body. It was here. It was drained. Terrified. White glove. The thing had a white glove. Something. The white glove.
It's like a man.
I'm not sure. It was very powerful. It was overwhelming. Death. And I saw a vision of the Steelwater Power Plant.
That is where he worked.
Ain't that what's being protested right now?
There seems to have been an explosion last night, which is why everything is not running. Herbert
Makes
used to
sense.
work there. He had some secret job that was apparently lucrative, but I never asked. He never told.
Secret job. Doing what? A secret job?
It wasn't
At a power
like a
plant.
secret job. It was just that I never asked and he never told. I didn't care. We were just roommates.
There's not much of a secret then in it. It's just you don't know.
Well, I mean, listen, it was like a passing time, the small talk where you say, "What do you do?" And they're like, "I'm kind of this," and it just every single time it was hedged away and never really answered. So it seems like it's a little bit of a secretive job, yes.
And he had a secret job. You know who he worked with? I'm gonna kind of like start getting close to this person.
Yeah.
Has anybody else been injured from the power plant?
Well, I didn't go in. I didn't want to mess with everything.
Did he talk about anybody else getting injured recently?
No, he didn't say anything about that.
May we look at his personal effects?
I assume you can, yes.
Well, he's not really going to stop us, is he?
Yeah, he's not.
Well,
I got a few questions. One, you live nearby here.
Right.
Like where? Can we go see his rooms? And twos, how's long were you away from the body?
How
Minutes?
long?
Hours? Yeah. How long was he at your side? Because I don't know if I trust you. You live with this man, you don't know what he do?
Above table.
Listen,
didn't we
Magnus.
work with the doctor?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen, Magnus, I understand this energy and trying to get to the bottom of it, but I'm the wrong person to look at. Just because I'm not working for Candela anymore doesn't mean that I'm now the enemy. I'm just old.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Can I make
step
a
between them. Yeah, I'm gonna step between them. Whoa.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of tension. Can I make a read on her?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Please do.
Are they jolted lovers? Please say yes.
That's kind of, yeah, I want to know, like, is there a little bit more than, like, what's being let on? It's not gilded. That is a 5.
Okay. Magnus, do you think you would have had some sort of a fling with Agatha at some point?
I don't think so. I think I have kind of a sordid background. I think Agatha's always like looked down on me and has always been kind of like, me getting into this job was very happenstance and was part of the old keeper that I was very attached to. And I think they were a naysayer like up until they retired, basically. So I think they are full of it. And I don't think like, I think their proximity to this is suspicious.
Okay.
I'm gonna give Magnus a look.
All right, fine.
Courtney, what you see is Agatha, by also to mention, there is an eye patch that she wears over her right eye. But you can just see barely this like white scar that comes out the bottom of it. She just looks at you, Magnus, and Courtney, you're able to see that it's not anger, but just disappointment that you can see in her eye, or she's just basically like, I can't believe that this is what it's come to, that you're going to start accusing me kind of thing. And she just looks at you and says, I had nothing to do with this. You think I'm just going to become, what, a murderer? Now that I'm not in Candela?
I didn't say she's no murderer. All I'm saying is I think you know a little more than you're letting on. And whether it's through embarrassment or whatever, but I desist. I desist. You're fucking the greatest fucking ex-Candela member ever, and you ain't got nothing in the closet. I desist.
Is this what we're doing?
I sure hope not.
Are we? We're here to save people and try to stop a string of murders, and you're going to play petty with a former Candela member. I understand. Magnus, let's eyes on the prize, man.
Courtney, what I'll ask for your advice when I deem fit to fucking learn it. So why don't you stay in your corner, mate?
Magnus, and she will touch his shoulder again. Please, my friend.
Listen, come to my home. Go to the fucking power plant. I don't care. I've told you all I know.
Doctor,
and if you
I'm
do come to
sorry
my
about
home,
this.
Magnus, you have to stay outside.
I don't want to fucking step a foot in anyway.
Another day, another dollar.
Courtney's gonna light a cigarette. Just a fat hand rolled size of his pinky. Light it, post up in the alleyway, and wait for everybody to sort of get their shit together so we can move on.
Sure.
Sarah is watching this happening, and she's just like, "Want a cigarette?" But she doesn't say anything.
I think in a weird mirror to that, like in the exact same moment without realizing it, Magnus takes out his pipe and almost like a mirror to the actions of Courtney does it without even like, and then looks over and seeing that we're both lighting up and just like, he kind of like huffs a little bit and turns around.
Looks over to Serafina. Men.
I know. I'm sorry, Doctor.
It's fine. I didn't know Herbert very well. Like I said, he was just a roommate. It was just a passing thing. Is there any other questions? I don't think I know anything, but if there's any piece of information.
You saw the body, right? You came out here and you saw it. kind of what was the? I mean, you just saw it in a vision, apparently. Wild. That's later. But what you saw it, you beheld it. What was it? The scene.
Well, I wasn't close enough to see anything. Like I said, I
just saw
I had
someone
seen-
laying on the ground and was like, "That's sus," and left.
I saw features and, I could tell that it was Herbert. He was wearing the same clothes that he always wears, his jumpsuit from the power plant, but I wasn't able to get close because I heard something, and anytime this happens, bad things follow, and I did not want to be part of it. And you can see that she touches her, almost, absentmindedly touches her eye patch.
I know about the eye patch, right? Okay.
You do, yeah.
Did you see the body or did you see the body? She taps her eye, the same eye that is covered on Agatha's face.
She just looks at you and just a slight nod.
I see. Well, she will turn to everybody else. It might behoove us to look at the personal effects of the victim, but up to you. What do you think? New recruits?
Well, if we know
Someone's
where
gonna
the
bristle at the word
creature
recruit.
went after this, we should try to be on its trail as soon as possible. I think it might be a little waste of time going through his personal effects.
A lot can be defined from that which is close to a person, but if you wish to go to the power plant instead, I'm more than happy to do that.
I think Barty has a point. It seems rather convenient that the body worked the body. His person worked at the power plant, and the power is out. It's too convenient not to look at first. It seems the more important.
As you wish. I think I have divined all that I possibly can from this scene anyway.
Well, Serafina, you know where I live. If you decide that you need to look at his personal effects, you're more than welcome to.
I will call upon you. Probably bring most of this group with me.
See, she
I will make
spits
sure.
out this, black...
Ugh. Gross. She hates that. Sarah she does not hide her distaste for that at all.
Sorry.
It's alright. Old habits die hard, yes?
This is a habit that will stay with me. I'm too old to give a fuck about all of the health and
Fair
shit
enough.
that goes with that.
What a woman.
Well,
I think Magnus is just shaking his head this entire time.
Meanwhile, Sarah
don't give me that shit, you're
loves
smoking!
Sarah loves the doctor so much. She is just happy to see her, but it's under
4 out of 5
bad
doctors
circumstances.
recommended, They couldn't get the 5th because they got paid off.
They don't... The 5th one was me, and I said that you're a fucking idiot.
Oh my goodness.
Shouldn't
You
we
and
go?
everybody
Alright,
else that's
alright.
died
Think of-
before me.
I think it's about time for us to leave. Lovely
Either
to.
fight
Yes,
or
I
fuck.
think it is.
Pick one. Pick one. Fight or fuck. Which one do you
Definite.
want?
How about I go walk away and you continue your investigation?
I hope you have a lovely rest of your day, Doctor. Thank you so much.
I hope
Have a
each
good
of you do
fucking
as
day,
well.
Doc.
Fuck
Pleasure
you,
to meet you,
Magnus.
Doctor. All right. Okay.
Pleasure.
Yeah,
to meet
with
you
whatever
as
your
well.
little,
Turns
your
around.
fucking man over here that I guess you was diddling and then died all suspicious like. But no, I'm a
Magnus,
fucking
She
asshole.
just-
for asking-
shut
I'm
up.
saying this
Shut
as I
up.
walk away.
She
Oh,
flips
my
you
God.
off as she's walking away too. Yeah.
Fuck. It was nice meeting you, Aggie. God.
It's always a fucking pleasure.
So,
Sarah wheels on Magnus. Can you one time be nice to her? Civil, even.
So that's normal for him.
Oh,
That
yes.
was nice. That was nice. Did we fist fight in the alley? No, that was nice.
I'm
That
going to
was
be fist
nice.
fighting you next.
Hey,
Do you want to fist fight with me?
no.
I didn't think so.
Hey, you know, it's Old friends.
She's got her hands on her hips. She's being very sassy.
Old friends, older than us. We'll get to there. We'll get to there. We're the honeymoon period right now.
Oh my goodness! I didn't realize we were on a honeymoon.
Hey, every day's a honeymoon with me, lass.
So, you all continue to walk towards the Steelwater Power Plant. This is a power plant that is just near the Stentorian? I think Stentorian River. That sounds about right. You can tell that it's like a hydropower plant. The old water wheel is now just a relic in this age of technology. But this is on the outskirts of the steel. So, dang it. Doesn't say. It's fine. Stentorian.
It is Stentorian.
There it is. Nailed it.
I put it in chat.
Nailed it.
Got it in the noggin. So, as you all go towards this power plant, you see from afar these two opposing figures that are clad in these dark uniforms. They are standing just outside of the main building in this power plant. You can tell that the windows that are on the top parts of the wall are all shattered out. Each of them, you can see this fog that is emitting from it, almost like smoke, and there's a fire within. You could see these two figures stiffening their posture just as a woman strides out of this factory and toward a waiting car. Her makeup is pristine, her clothes are obsessively clean, and she wears this single pure white glove that stands in stark contrast to the debris of the cracked walls and blown out windows. As the mist roils out of the factory behind her, as if the entire night's fog was piled inside, she gets to this car as it springs to life, and the two guards that stand just outside move to lock the door with a heavy chain, just as you hear a shrill scream within. It's cut short by a loud crash within. These two lock eyes and shudder, finishing locking as she enters the car and takes off in the other direction.
And we see this happening?
Correct.
Is there any distinguishing marks, logos, anything on the car itself?
Go ahead and do a sense roll.
I don't know if I'm good at sense, but give it a shot.
Not sense, sorry. What is it?
Survey?
Is it sense? Survey, that's the one I meant. The other S
All right,
one.
cool. I was going to say the mystical.
No, sense is me.
I'm going to
You're
burn
not a
a
mystical
drive to
boy?
edit these things.
Mystically, I write down the license plate number.
Spirits call to me the VIN.
Not the bin.
The
VIN, hell
number,
yeah.
the VIN. That's a gilded 5.
Incredible.
Oh, heck
Okay.
yeah.
Classic.
You do see that there is some sort of a symbol on there. It's a circular one, but you're not exactly able to catch exactly what it is, but it is some sort of a circular symbol, and it was small. There was just like this little pin that was on her clothes. And like even from here, the fact that you were able to spot it is insane. Because you're a good like few hundred feet away as you saw this happening.
Spotted something on the lapel. A little circle. I couldn't quite make it out. Does that ring a bell with anyone?
What is the design that he describes again? I'm sorry.
It's like a little
It's
circle,
just-
right?
Yeah, it's just a circle. The details were a little fuzzy. It wasn't hard. It was too far to be able to see exactly what it was.
Does that ring a bell for me at all?
Possibly. Go ahead and do a focus roll. Let's see if you.
Okay.
Let's let the Let's let the dice decide.
That's a 5.
Okay. Eons and Unabridged and let me look through these because there were a couple other. You know that the Unabridged or Eons are ones that have circular symbols.
Yes.
So it's one of those two.
Okay. It wouldn't have anything to do with. Oh no, that's different. Okay, so Eons or what was it?
Or the Unabridged. Yeah. The Unabridged are basically immortals that don't die.
That sounds like the symbol of Eons or the Unabridged.
I mean, well, that narrows it down. I mean, do the Unabridged even, like, would they even wear something like that? I mean, the whole point is you kind of, trying to keep it as sacred.
Well, I had a vision of a being that had extreme power and a white glove, and that woman was wearing a white glove, right? Because we all saw that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Question. Same hand, different hand.
She just kind of
matching
tilts her head like,
No,
what?
no, listen, I know that sounds funky. Listen me out here.
All right.
Is it the same hand, like it's the same person, or is it a different hand, like it's a matching set?
GM, please help.
Very good question.
Sarah looked down and saw the left hand was the one that was taking the life out of Herbert, and the right hand was not there. She had a right hand white glove.
I will describe that to the group.
See, I've been doing this for a minute, eh?
Sorry, did I hear screaming coming from the power plant?
Yeah,
we should probably.
Are we discrediting?
We're moving.
Courtney is.
I would have
going
already
to,
been.
like, yeah,
I would have already gone that direction.
Looks at
there was
Aemmaline,
no hesitation.
I think there would be like a moment of like interconnected understanding of danger between Courtney and Aemmaline, and
are we running into danger together?
I think we're about to go and make a mistake.
Incredible.
I love it.
So
charge up to the doors.
Okay. So as you're continuing to approach, the power plant is this large, like, compound that has, like, a bunch of silos and other buildings that are adjacent to the main power plant building. So when I say that you were about a few hundred feet away, you were on the outside of this. There is an open gateway. However, it is completely filled with striking people. As you're able to, you can either go through them or search for another way around. That's completely up to you. So what would you like to do? How would you like to get inside? Are you going through the protesters? The walls are not super tall. It's just like your general gates that are probably around maybe like 10 feet tall, but it does have barbed wire around it.
With the attire of the striking workers, would we be blending in if we were in that crowd or standing out?
The attire of the workers does not look... These are blue-collar workers. These are not, people that are trying to, wear the fanciest clothes, especially with the job that they do. So that's a question for y'all. Do you think you would fit in? Because based on the descriptions that I heard before, probably not.
Definitely not.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have looked for an alternative way of getting in.
Okay.
Like seeing the crowd, it's too risky. So she would have grabbed Courtney, because I'm assuming he's in front, and just given a little jerk. Just been like, we can't go that way.
Okay.
There's too many eyes.
No, there absolutely is. When have we ever went through the front door? All right, we're gonna go up and over. Lift me. I'm gonna cut the wire, and we're getting in.
What? I'm so much smaller than you.
Yeah, but I have the wire cutters.
Not
Those
anymore.
are
Blink.
transferable.
No, you're probably right. You're probably right.
Dying over here.
I thought it was. He looks left and right, see if anybody's listening. He's like, listen, I didn't even think of it. All right, yes, I'll lift you, and then you get up and over, and we'll just. Also, since we have like half a second, I'm sorry, but like Serafina's back?
Dude, we're not gonna open that can of worms right now.
I'm sorry.
We're
Okay. You told me to be cool, and I'm gonna say that right back to you. You also have to be cool. Okay.
Give me the wire cutters and a boost.
Here's the wire
and then
cutters.
Thank you.
Compartmentalize everything else. Just push
Exactly.
it down.
Shove it down.
Yep.
Shove it down.
Deep down.
Deep down.
No,
Deep
push all the way to the bottom. To the bottom. We have people to save.
Exactly.
Okay.
And we will deal with it after.
Okay. I hate Magnus. All right. Let's go.
I imagine
I
that
don't
we're
really
all
like him
just
either.
standing behind you at this point. You've taken so long for this pep talk.
For
Whatever
sure.
immediacy and like rush y'all had, like we are directly behind you now.
Okay. Up and over.
So, you go to find a spot that's within the that's well hidden as well as it can be with such a giant compound as the power plant is. Go ahead and do a hide roll. This can be a aided roll if you'd like to use some drive in order to do that, but I would like the hide roll to be the contest in order to see if you can do this without being seen.
Okay. I will add a drive for Aemmaline's hiding.
Okay.
Oh, that's good because I'm not good at hiding.
I think that scene demonstrated it super well.
Hey, do you know what's really funny? That's double ones.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's fine. That's
Double
fine.
Can you
That's
resist
very
it?
okay.
Because resisting, you can resist it, right?
You can
I don't
resist.
have shit in cunning.
Oh. Oof.
Well,
I'm built for punching and for looking, and that's basically it.
Okay. I would like to use in this together to get my drive back.
Yeah. Y'all get your drive back for sure.
Oh.
Get that.
So, one of the things that happens is it's not hard to cut wires with a wire cutter. You're able to do that.
Okay.
But as that happens, you see this person walking by and just immediately looks up. What are you doing?
Am I like up at the top cutting the wire?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. You are
Okay.
currently being boosted
Okay.
up by Courtney, and he's just coming to you. What are you doing?
That's an
Hey, we're trying
excellent
to get more protesters in here to help out.
I don't want the protesters in here. Magnus, when you are closer, you see a similar pin on the lapel. It is indeed Eon's.
Hey, mate. No, I was just. Don't worry about them. They're just kids messing about. Come here for a second. I just want to talk to you. There's something over here I think you might need to see.
Please do a sway roll.
Did it sway? I'm gonna spend a drive on it for sure.
How many is that for you?
How many cuttings have I used?
Yeah.
Oh, two sway. Actually, there is no gilded on this. It's a 5.
Okay. He takes a step forward. What do you need me over there for? Because honestly, I'm not quite inclined to get too close.
What was that? What do you mean by that?
What do you think I mean? You're on the fence cutting
I'm not on the fence. Those two children over there, the dim-witted one and then the young lady, they're over there doing their thing. They're having fun, living the dream. I'm over here trying to tell you that I think there's something over here. And I'm going to say, you You got that nice shiny pin on. What's that pin mean, eh?
It means I'm a power plant worker.
They give you a pin for working in a power plant. If I join the power plant, I get one of me them shiny pins, eh?
If you would like to join the power plant, but apparently there's a lot of people that you have to go through because...
I'm like walking towards him as all this is happening.
So there is a gate that separates you. He's on the other side of the gate. He's like just looking at you from inside of the power plant compound like, fuck are you guys doing kind of thing. But he does take a few steps forward. He's not like super close, but he's just like 6 feet away.
Mate, I have a friend of mine. His name Herbert. He passed this morning. He left, and he told me the last time he was working that he left some stuff in his area. All I'm trying to do is get back for his wife. These two idiots. He's my cousin. He's got a little something. He got hit in the head by a horse when he was 5. And that's his best friend. They take care of each other. Oh, and we're just coming back from the funeral, and I just want to give him what his wife is. He left his last paycheck there. And I just want to make sure it gets to his wife.
Go ahead and do a sway roll.
I am going to spend a drive, and then I'm going to say I saw this coming, which is a thing I can do 3 times. I prepared for this. How would I prepare for this? I think I just carry around. There's a couple of things I'm a slink. Like I just carry around a picture of like a sad woman. I think there's like a bit of an aged, like sad woman picture, like with, a kid and stuff like that. I'm just going to hold, this is the wife. This is the wife. Look at it. It's Herbert right there. I mean, it's a beautiful family. Let me take a look. I want you to take a look while you're listening to me. This is the family. Roll 4 dice here.
Please.
6.
Okay. He just looks at it.
6, a 5, a 3, and a 2.
I didn't know that Herbert was married.
He didn't like to talk about his life too much. Very secretive chap. Honestly, I don't even... His wife doesn't even know what job he got. It's so secret. He's just a secret man. But I will say, wife, love her to death. Ugly as begotten. And she's gonna need every single cent. This is before she lost the eye. It's rough, mate. It's rough.
Listen,
chewing tobacco every single second.
We don't need to get into it
over the children. You know what I'm saying, mate? We need that cash.
Come with me. There's another way around. But don't fucking cut the wire.
Don't. You know what? I'm gonna walk up to Courtney and Smith. Come on, get up. Get up. Stop that. It's not everything is play. You're 25 years old now. It's been 20 years since you got kicked by that horse. You got to get some sense in there.
I'm sorry, cousin.
I cannot believe that this is what it's come to. Also, just so you know, the main power plant is kind of...
It's fucked. It's fucked, right?
It's fucked.
It's fucked.
It's fucked. So probably not the best idea to go inside, but we have lockers that are external to the power plant, so I'll just bring you to that, I guess.
I was trying to fix it, sir.
Listen.
I have a quick question. Is there anybody else out here that is a guard?
So you follow him to the other entryway, and no, this seems to be like a on purpose unmanned side.
I make eye with you two. And I'm like,
I would like to do a punch to the back of his head while he's talking to Magnus.
Incredible. All right.
I will be helping.
Just like
yeah, you can give a drive.
Talking to Magnus, if behind, and just deck him in the back of the head.
This is my one nerve drive.
Can I give another drive? Can more than one person?
So only one person can help. So I mean,
I have so much drive and nerve. I'll be fine.
Y'all can decide if Magnus, you only have one. So if
I only got one, so if
Courtney wants to,
you do it.
Yeah.
So 1 from you guys, and then I'm gonna burn 2 of my own, which will give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dice to roll.
Damn.
That is 2 6s and a 4, and we're not gonna talk about the other ones.
Great. That was a crit. Awesome. Okay.
Hey.
So you, Magnus, you're talking to him, and he's just saying, yeah, there was just an explosion. It's dangerous in there. And Dr. Montgomery is the one that's in charge of this. Few months we've been working under her, and it's just been bad thing after bad thing after goes out.
The second his body goes a little limp and before it begins to fall, I take that pin and just kind of as he falls to the ground.
Sure. Yeah. You knock him out and like pull him to the side so that nobody can see. And you are in the power plant compound, walking around looking.
I'm gonna search him for keys.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Easy enough. You find that there is indeed a key there. A few keys, but yeah. So.
Nice one, Aemmaline. Nice one.
I shouldn't have punched with the hand that I did. That's not important. What are we doing with the body?
There's a locker right here, and as I'm stuffing him into a locker.
Where are the rest of us during all of this? That's what I want to know. Like, I want to know where we are.
I figured that everybody was following behind.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
I look over at Everette and Bartholomew the Great. Are you used to jobs like this?
No.
Is it your first time?
Yes.
Ah.
I just learned about all of it, when the thing happened.
Oh.
I've seen worse.
Are we?
I get the impression.
Are there things in there that we're going to have to like?
Don't you worry, mate. It's your first time. We'll show you the ropes. Don't get scared.
I wasn't saying I was scared. I was just wondering if I should have brought literally anything.
Oh, you didn't bring nothing?
I brought my journals. I brought some little doodads, odds and ends. Was I supposed to bring something else?
Honestly, that's all your grandma used to bring. That was fine.
Right.
Brought a gun.
You didn't bring a gun?
Oh.
I know. I said I brought a gun. It's
Why
like
would
it's
you-
hidden.
Are we shooting someone?
What chase? No, well, no, I'm not planning on shooting someone, but I wanted to be prepared, and we're chasing after something that's murdering something, and a gun seemed like it might be useful.
We don't be shooting many things. to be fair, we don't shoot that many things. Rough up, maybe.
I wanted to be prepared.
Speak for yourself.
I do not wish to discourage you, but the guns generally don't do very much.
Well, I don't do magical, for lack of a better word, I don't do magical shit. So.
Well, that's what I'm for.
Courtney's gonna look at Serafina. I'm certain if you would have let me know about all of this, I could have come a bit more prepared.
Oof.
Well, I don't know if it's her fault that you're unprepared, mate. How's she gonna tell you to fight a fucking ghost or whatever? Like, you know what the deal is. You all got the same briefing. You know what this is about.
Actually, there's a lot I don't know about.
Well, that's just because you're a fucking lighthead, mate. I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Ain't a lot of weight weighing you down, is all I'm saying, son.
No, Magnus.
Another question about this
right.
kind of thing we're doing, right? Is it typical that when we break into a place that we're about to do, we start arguing with each other? Is that because that kind of seems we get to a new location and we just start kind of fighting? So
it's not really normal. I wish everybody would just shut up and work.
Oh, all right. Because I was going to say I could prepare some arguments or something. I could figure something out. But if that's what's expected.
Absolutely adorable. You remind me just so much of your grandmother.
Oh, thank you. I hope not in some features of it. Not the dead part mostly. But
No, you are very much alive,
Magnus
my dear.
immediately kind of like shrinks his size. Like in all of like the up and down, he like kind of forgot about that, but now he's back in his place.
Oh, no.
Should we do something?
I want to know
I think we
know how Bartholomew is reacting to all this. That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Utter confusion at the like various dynamics and like web of like past knowledge that these people all have together.
Sorry, Mr. the Great, was there, so, when did all of these killings start, by the way?
It's been the Great is perfect, thank you so much. It's been more than 1 week. It's been a few years.
Oh, all right. Interesting. Sorry, we were just like giving
Wait,
another
so
time
you
frame,
mean-
and I was wondering if they had lined up.
You
Yeah.
said I think Quentin said that several dozen people have been killed, and it's been a week.
No, it's been years.
So, just to
Is that
clarify,
what he said?
there has been years of these types of murders happening, but recently it's gone up exponentially. So, like in the last probably like month or so, it's gone up quite a bit.
I was saying it's been more than 1 week. I was
Yeah, it's
making it
been-
really
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
because I did the thing.
Mhm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cool.
So the 24, is that overall or recently?
Yeah, that's like overall that he was saying. Yeah.
Okay. Do we know how many have been recent during these last few weeks?
Yeah, Bartholomew will know. Probably around like half of those happened within the last like month or so.
Oh, that's
So
a huge
6.
jump.
Big.
Okay.
Okay. Makes
Massive.
sense.
And the reason why
Yeah.
we're so on this one is because this is the freshest and quickest we've ever been told that one of these murders has taken place. So we're the hottest we've ever been on the trail, and we'd like to keep it that way. So
Can we say this is all happening as we're like walking,
Moving.
just so we can
Yeah,
keep
we're
a little
moving.
bit?
Yeah, no, that's
We're
that's
not
what I
just hanging.
assumed. I assumed.
Yeah.
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 You're good.
once we're done
If-
searching his locker, we should go to the main building.
Wait, are we jumping
that
a
out.
fence? That's what I need.
We were let in the gate by the guy we
Okay.
knocked
Yeah.
out,
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
and then we stood above the body and argued.
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
we watched.
Well,
Is there?
We walked.
argued
We just
while
we
We walk and
argued
talk.
while we were
Shoved
stuffing
into
the
the
body.
locker.
Can I
Yeah.
say all
Yeah.
of that stuff while I
Yeah.
search through his locker?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. As you're looking through the locker, you find a handful of Eon's pins. You find power plant jumpsuits. And then you find this interesting design in here. Some sort of an electrical device of some sort that you've never seen to such complication and complex pieces connecting. It looks almost like, from a basic understanding, it looks almost like a electric cage.
Does it's metal?
It's a blueprint, so it's just
Oh, it's a blueprint.
yeah, it's like
Okay.
it's like a on regular parchment, just this design that's been written onto it.
Does this make sense to anybody?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Everett, as you take a look at everything, go ahead and just do a I would say focus roll.
Focus roll. Yeah. I'll
Can
spend-
I
a drive.
give him a drive?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll spend one of my own drives on it too. For fun.
Just
for fun.
funsies.
Could be
Oh,
fun.
good God.
Just funsies.
I got 2 6s. And 2 1s.
Incredible.
But 2 6s.
But 2 6s. That's a crit. Incredible.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that you notice is this cage, whatever it is, well, you learn pretty quickly, is a Faraday cage. It's meant to cloak something within it and be unseen. You also see there is a small note that says that this is connected directly to this power plant.
big clue, I feel like.
Is there a location name on the blueprint?
On this, there is no location.
Or like coordinates or anything? No. Okay.
It doesn't look like there's a location on this. It just looks like this is something that they've been working on. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
How large does it look like the blueprints are to make, like, how big would the thing be? In a room, in a building?
Well, with a crit,
Mm-hmm.
most likely a building size.
Building sized.
Does it have a name or a label anywhere on it?
It just says,
because a lot of blueprints even have this little standard margin thing where it says who made it and like the organization.
The architectural notes, yeah.
Oh, definitely you can tell that this is an Eons thing. I just Faraday cage, I know that it's probably named after someone. There was a scientist name with the last name Faraday in the lore of Candela Obscura that came up with this, and that it doesn't say anything about like where it is, what name of the device is outside of just Faraday cage.
Does it have vague dimensions of the like amount of space this takes up, so we could guess, like, figure out like what size of type of building this is? Like, would it be like a relatively small building versus like, you know, a factory?
It would be roughly probably around a factory size. Maybe a little smaller.
So, and we think it might be nearby. Possibly.
It's connected to this.
Yeah.
Okay. It is connected to this
connected to this, meant to hide something. This power plant is now no longer operational, so whatever it's hiding is no longer hidden.
So is this power plant area more of like a complex, and there's a bunch of power plant buildings going on?
So
and one of
the main
them
one
has been exploded, but there's other buildings also on this large complex.
Correct.
Cool.
Yeah. So the main one is where you heard that scream.
Yeah.
That's where you saw that woman coming out. That's where you saw them chaining the lock on the front door. And then you guys went around the complex until you were seen by somebody. And then they brought you like even further around to a like back door almost through the gates, and then brought you in to just get to this place, the locker room.
Well, I recommend we check out that main building, and then if we don't find any, or depending on what we find there, maybe we check any new buildings on the complex.
Sounds like a lovely plan. I would recommend we all put on one of these.
Did we find? Yeah, I was like, how many did we find?
I was gonna say.
It was a handful, so enough for each of you to have one.
Oh yeah,
if there's
I eagerly
enough lockers,
take
we
the
can
pin.
probably find
Can I
put
snag
it on my
like?
Fendi.
Oh yeah.
Can I snag out of the locker like any uniforms? Like,
Yeah,
are there any,
there were some
is there
power plant
clothing,
uniforms.
or
That's what I was thinking.
Is anything gonna fit me?
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a total locker room.
You're
Just
super
so
buff.
strong.
You're so strong.
I'm so
my God.
I'm
You're just so strong.
I'm
Oh my
such
The
a
Rock
piece of
wearing Kevin
shit.
Hart's shirt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full
You
individual.
put one
He's a
on and
thick
you flex
boy.
and the sleeves rip off.
Just rip.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a
No.
coverall.
Oh,
It's a
no.
coverall, but somehow
Perfectly.
you're still showing midriff with this coverall on. It's weird.
Exactly.
So-
I would describe it as a
much.
slutty amount
No.
of midriff, yeah.
This is a locker room. You can look through a lot of the lockers, especially with a wire cutter that you could just cut fucking locks on. And you're going through, you find that there are a variety of sizes, though there are no other Eons pins. It was just
mine.
Yes.
Oh, there's only one Eon.
I know.
So there was the one that Magnus found and the handful that you found in the locker room, but every
yeah, I
other locker
greedily
does
take
not have
that.
any.
Yeah.
I like snatch that before anybody else can. This is mine now. She puts it on her shirt. So there's uniforms, you said?
Yes,
Who
like
else is-
power
who
plant
else is-
jumpsuits.
Who all is putting those on? That's what I want to know.
Court's gonna throw a uniform to everyone, and he will toss one to Serafina.
She catches it and looks down at it and goes, I'm not wearing this.
It
I
kind of
think
smells.
me and Serafina are like right next to each other. We just kind of look at like.
This
Drop
is
it
my
on the
my
floor.
top hat. I don't know.
I got the pin, mate. What is he gonna?
No,
I am.
I'm not wearing this. I would rather get caught.
Yeah, that's true. It smells, mate.
We can just pretend a couple employees are escorting us through if anything.
Yeah.
Anybody
I,
asks.
I think.
Yeah,
I think
escort us
she-
through. And she looks at Courtney.
As you wish. And
you have a vocational bit, my man. Like you're believable. They see me in one of those things. Like,
Magnus, I get it. I'm the big lunkhead. Yeah, no, you hammer it home a little harder.
So see, we've moved into the locker room now, and
so you exit the locker room and you begin your way towards the main building of this power plant. You are on the opposite side of the power plant building, and on that side you see several doors that are unmanned. They are currently completely open. It seems like they were locked and ignored, and the front is where they are mainly focusing on. So, easily, with the keys that you were given, or rather stole, you are able to find one of the doors that leads further into this power plant building. As that door opens, you are then rushed with this surge of fog that completely covers you. And you just hear whispers within. And that is where we're going to take a break. So,
You son of
we will be
a...
back. We're going to be back in 10, 15 minutes.
10,
I'm not entirely
10,
sure. Sure, yeah. We're going to make sure that we're all squared away, and then we're going to pick it back up here pretty soon. So we will see you all soon. Stick around. And please
7:15?
donate. Please donate. We
Donate.
are, where are we at?
Please donate.
We're
so
just
close,
under
everybody.
$300. This is
Trevor
incredible. Thank you so much. The Trevor Project, that is what we are supporting tonight. So if you can, please donate. And if you can't, please share this channel so that people can then come on and then donate. It's
Yeah,
great.
please share.
Please. Thank you. All right. We will be back here pretty soon. See you all in a few
Bye.
minutes.
Mwah.
Welcome back, everyone. It is that time for us to continue our story. The usual break everybody before we come back is... We have that every single session for Ravenloft. We love it. So, one of the things that I want to bring up is we hit $300. Mainly because
in the chat.
Can we get a
Daddy's
daddy
in the chat?
Get a daddy.
Daddy in the chat.
Mad Daddy Ducats in chat.
Love it.
Daddy in chat.
In the chat.
Ooh.
Daddy in
Mainly
chat.
because Whitney couldn't handle it being at 98.33. Had to make it that even 300. But that also
You're welcome.
means
You're
that
welcome.
we are only 200 away from our goal of 500. So if you are willing to put in some sweet cash for the Trevor project, it is a great project, a great charity to donate to. So please consider doing that. It's super easy. It's on Twitch. There's like a button that you can press. Anyways, help us out. And there's donation rewards. Cool.
Yeah, you can buy us stuff.
Yeah, you can buy us stuff. You can buy us dice. You can affect the game.
Maybe you could buy daddy
Check
something.
out the little sidebar where it says donations on the right hand side of the screen, folks. And if you want to fuck things up for us or save us from literal death, that'd be great. Thanks. Love you. Bye.
So,
Yeah, thanks. Bye.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you.
as I said before, as you opened this door, fog erupted out of the power plant. You began to hear whispers on the inside. Are you continuing in?
Does it sound familiar to me before I say yes or no?
In terms of familiarity, you're saying, like, do the whispers, the voices sound familiar?
Mhm. Does it sound like ghosts? Does it sound like some kind of presence? Does it sound like something I would have heard before in my work with Candela?
Go ahead and do a sense roll.
You got it. I love to
I
roll
also
dice.
do a sense roll.
I
Sure.
love to roll dice.
Can I give someone a drive?
Oh, wait, that's right. In Candela, it's only one sense roll, and then people aid. So, Everett, you could aid in this by giving a drive if you'd like.
I'll do that unless Bartholomew wants to.
I have a lot of drive and intuition, so
I also have a lot
Cool.
of drive and
Is
intuition.
that the little pips on top?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, it looks different from when we set it up, so I was like, I don't know what this is.
Mhm.
Should I just re-roll or in?
Reroll. Was the sense roll right there, the 3 and the 5? Was that?
Yeah.
Okay, so you at least got a mixed success with a 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
mind spending a drive
So-
to help
Well,
and save
you-
yours for later. I mean,
I will say that, Bartholomew, you did say that you were going to aid, so I will give you that drive. So you
Yeah.
can roll one more die, see what
Okay.
the result is.
Oh, it's a 6.
That's a 6. Great. Okay. This is something that you definitely remember, and this is something that you've heard constantly, especially with your previous circle.
Mm-hmm.
These are whispers of the deceased. Who they may be.
Yeah. There are many spirits here. Many. Do you hear them? Does anybody else hear them?
Do
Yeah,
we hear them?
everybody can hear them.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
I'm gonna
That's
step
fine.
inside.
As you're about to step inside, you just see this dark shadow walk by.
I
I'm gonna
pause.
like yank. I'm gonna yank on the back of like I guess dress gown whatever and like pull you back out. I think this might be.
Hey, this
Uh,
is expensive.
Oh hey, you see that fucking thing just dance across the fucking moonlight like that? What are we gonna do?
You've seen what I can do.
We
I'm
have
not
to
afraid.
make progress.
Bartholomew is right.
I think we. Hey, you might be right, but we need to be working as a unit, not just walking in onesie twosies. What's the
I'm
plan?
keeping my head on a
Can I
swivel
have
while this is
a-
happening.
Like a bleed detector to see how magic this area is.
Absolutely.
And maybe it
Um,
looks like a a busted old hand radio or something with like
Ooh,
a
that's
little
cool.
green,
Ooh.
like
Yeah.
thing that like
Dig it.
Yeah,
when I
love
point 'em
that.
in different directions.
Like a Geiger counter, but for bleed. With the hand radio. Incredible. So you pull out the hand radio, and even... you begin to hear whispers coming out of the radio itself. Things that are very, like, hard, staticky. You just hear every once in a while, home, sister, and just, like, random words that finally make it through the static. The arrow points directly into the power plant, though when you're near strong bleed, it wiggles, like, violently. This seems to be more of a steady, leading you to believe that this has bleed, but not a dangerous amount of bleed.
Okay. Everybody be careful. There is some residual bleed inside.
Serafina's posture changes when you say that.
It's all
And
good.
I'll move forward. I'll be ahead of everybody. Follow me.
Courtney's going to place a hand just on like the back shoulder of Bartholomew, and he's going to pull out a flashlight and just sort of keep his head on a swivel, and yeah, he's just going to be that sort of behind the point man guy.
Okay. So, you're all walking in? Incredible.
I'm going to keep an eye on
You said
Everett as we walk in here. I'm going to stay close to Everett.
Okay.
Yeah, I flank Bartholomew's other side.
I'm trailing in the back. Keeping an eye on everyone.
So, Magnus, do we, if one of those, whatever that was, approaches us, do we...
Give it a hug.
That, I don't know, do we have to, like, cleanse their soul by, like, compassion? Or is it, like, we, you know, have a lovely conversation? Like, what's the vibe?
They're all different, mate. Like, sometimes they will just want to talk. Sometimes they will fight. Sometimes they just want to scare you. You have to figure it out every time, but you need to be cautious regardless, because it'll bite your ass regardless.
Most
So
of the
just say-
time, they just drift aimlessly.
All right.
Most of the time.
Yeah. So just keep your eyes out, because you never know, something else could be out here.
Do not get distracted. Notes can be for later.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. You all enter in the power plant. This thick fog obscuring everything around you. You hear sparks of electricity from exposed wires here and there. This fog churns slowly and doesn't ever disperse. You hear the very faint whispers out in the distance before hearing some nearby and quickly turning around to find nothing. Can somebody please roll a d6 for me?
Me. I'm gonna use real dice this time because Roll20 hates me. That's a 3.
Okay. You're all walking through, searching for something in here, which is a good question. What are you looking for as you're entering in here?
I would say the source of the smoke. It is the bleed detector pointing in the direction of the source of the smoke.
You have a bleed detector. So, as you enter in, there is a definite focused area. As you enter into this entryway, you can just see like these broken down machines and glass completely covering the ground. There is, to the right, this larger spark that illuminates the fog. Because light here reflects off of the fog. It's not like when you have a flashlight you can see. It's when you have a flashlight, you are blinded. So far off in the distance, you see this blue glow every once in a while. Just sporadically going. That is where it's pointing. And as you start to walk towards that spot, you see this older man, tattered clothing that is perpetually soaked. You hear the droplets of water right behind him. And he walks just near you. Everyone sees this. You can see there is like this bloated piece of him, yet you can see these wrinkles, these deep wrinkles. Like this body was left after being consumed by whatever this thing is in the water. Oi. What are you doing? We need to be getting around. This boat isn't gonna steer itself.
Is he solid? Does he have feet?
He's pretty solid. Mm-hmm.
Around what? Where do you think we are?
What do I think we are? We're on my ship. Now get your shit together and start doing what you need to do. Bring down the sails. We're going around the vast chasm. We have shit to deliver.
How long have you been on this boat?
What kind of question is that? I've been here my entire life.
Serafine is gonna step forward a little bit. Aye, Captain. Right the way.
Thank you.
What is your captain? And she kind of like leads him to speaking.
Greystone.
And remind me, Captain Greystone, what is the name of this ship? I seem to have bumped my head. If you could just help me. Do I need to sway this ghost? Cause okay, hope.
No. It's named after my mother.
I'm looking around the room. Do I see any like masts or sails or anything like that manifesting in this room?
No. Looking around, it is just fog. As you look around too, you all see that his body turns to like this mist. And then he appears behind each of you. Well?
Could you point us again in the direction of the sails, sir?
I have to do everything for you.
Just pointed us in the direction.
Right over there.
Of course,
Take
of course.
the rope. Bring the mast down.
Yes, yes, yes.
Aye,
You wanna
aye.
guide Everette over there.
I'm gonna very.
I go. I could have swore I saw somebody with like a white glove come walk through here. You know any folk on board with the white glove, right? Just one, just a single.
Uh-oh.
You see his expression going from confused to a realization. to terror. No. No. No! You! And he just reaches out towards you. I need you to do a move roll.
Oh no.
Are any of us able to intervene or assist?
How would you like to
I mean,
assist?
Bad at moves.
I'm
by the
very
way.
in tune with the dead, question mark? I don't know.
Okay. You're in tune with the dead.
Maybe I'm trying to distract him from this terror.
Okay,
this
what would you like to
earthly
do to
terror.
distract him? You begin to see that he is starting to put pieces together.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start spouting like nautical terms. Not that Sarah knows anything about this shit.
Sure.
Yes, we will take care of the sails, no problem. It's we're so sorry, Captain, for delaying. Clearly, your word is law on the ship.
Okay.
Hoping to distract him from doing too much damage, or any.
I will say, do a sway roll.
I love to sway. Thank you.
This is to see if you can assist.
How do I add things to this roll? I don't know how to do that. Oh, use drive. Okay, +1. Boom. Boom shakalaka. That's a failure. I rolled a 3.
Boo.
Okay.
Do you have a resistance you can burn?
Do I? I have 1. Do I just click on it?
Did you use a drive?
I did. Does that mean I can't?
You would roll with just your original amount of dice, so that would just be 1.
Might be a 6. It might be a 6.
Might be a 6.
The resistance, yeah. All right.
How do I use it?
You just click it and then you just roll again. Just don't use any
okay.
drive on that one.
Got it. That's a 5.
Okay.
It's
All right.
better.
So then, Magnus, Serafina can use some drive in aiding you, since you succeeded. I will say, as a cost to this, you are going to be 1 less as well. So you will have to overcome that, 1 less die.
So
-1
giving me a
D6.
die, but taking a die.
You can aid with more than 1 drive.
Oh, okay. For the drive, it's a -1,
Correct.
so you have to give more than 1 for it to be a buff.
If you want this to be successful.
For a second, I was like, "Oh, I get a die," but then I don't get it. I was like, oh,
Right. You're muted.
Is that something I do?
So you can give your drive. You were attempting to aid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you give that drive. You would be giving 1. He's losing 1 because of just how quick this ghost was coming after him.
That means you're guaranteed a mixed success unless you roll crit.
So you can give more than 1.
Right? Okay.
You can give more than 1 drive. It's up to you, though.
I think 1 is sufficient for this.
Okay.
I'm going to use a drive.
Okay.
And I think, tell me if this is doable, because when you bring in an item, you can get an additional die, right? Like if you use a piece of equipment.
Depends.
Maybe.
How would you like to? What would you like to do?
I think, bringing in, maybe Magnus has a very fancy silver knife that he keeps, and maybe just trying to wave the knife in the face or something like that, if that would work. If that doesn't work, that's also fine.
Okay. Yeah. That's sure. We will give you that die for a silver knife.
So, and I'm gonna give drives. I think.
I will say, Everette, you notice that this silver knife is one of your grandmother's collection.
I just freeze as I was like starting to walk towards the sail and this starts happening. I just freeze and just stare at it as the whole scene's playing out. A ghost is attacking my whatever Magnus is to me, but I'm just staring at that knife.
Whatever Magnus is to me.
Four is the highest.
Okay. So your knife goes through, but not before its cold hands reaches for your neck, and you feel this chill that just reaches all over your body. You're going to take a bleed mark from that. But as the silver knife goes through this ghost, it dissipates.
Well, that was, you know, saying ever. Sometimes they want to talk, sometimes they won't.
Where'd you get that?
What's this?
Where'd you get that?
The knife?
Yeah, the knife.
Your grandma gave it to me. Everette, I knew your grandma for many years.
I'm aware. Well aware.
Do you want it?
No. No.
Hey,
I don't need it.
if you feel like it's yours, it's yours. Something to remember by.
You're probably better using it than I am.
Do you have a knife on you?
I told you before, I don't have anything on me.
I'm gonna like kind of walk over to Everette, like lift over the coat, right? Like you got that like satchel thing for your like quick.
I have a little, like harness with all my books in it.
I'm gonna like take out a little sheath that I have. I'm gonna like wrap it around that and put it in there. It's yours. It's yours now.
All right.
When you use it, if you need to use it, think of your grandma.
Right. I understand.
All right. I'm gonna put like hand on the shoulder, like all right.
Are you okay?
You can tell there's like a bit of a tear welling in Magnus's like eyes. It's okay. It's okay. It's yours.
Right. Okay.
She would have wanted you to have it.
If you say.
She's proud of you, you know. She talks about you all the time. Gobs.
I bet she did.
Let us get back to the matter at hand before another spirit manifests.
It was a ghost. That's fun, isn't it?
It happens. Magnus, you're all right?
I mean, I could use a cup of tea, but I'm fine.
I will make a tea myself when we get done here.
Seem kind of like shrug at it. Like, yeah, I'll make tea. It's fine. You know, it's okay.
She rolls her eyes because she's used to this.
Okay. You're continuing to trek through the fog. Who is leading?
I think Sarah's gonna insist on leading at this point.
Okay.
Probably either next to Bartholomew, since he has the detector.
Yeah, whichever.
Okay. All right. So,
he's on edge
how
now
would you
'cause of
like
all the
to?
ghosts.
Right. How would you like to approach? You're still. This is a pretty big building. It's filled with like different generators and twists and turns. In order to get to the other side, you do have to pass through a bit of it. So, how would you like to proceed, knowing that there are ghosts?
Me thinking, what would a witch do? I would shut up. I would let my. I would channel witchy stuff, and probably let my intuition take us where we need to go.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and do a sense roll.
Yeah, I want to predict where we are going.
And Bartholomew, I can say that you would be able to help if you would like.
Yeah, can I give her a drive?
Absolutely. Since you are, leading as well with the bleed detector.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in Roll20, do I just add that as additional dice since I'm not using my drive?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you. 5 mixed success.
Cool.
I got a 1, a 4, and a 5.
You reach your senses out, and you return back to that overwhelming darkness. It's like the fog around you is this gripping hand that is crushing you.
I think she starts like hyperventilating and shaking. Yeah. That's scary.
When you close your eyes, it's not much better than when you have them open, because you begin to see things fading in and out. Bodies, spirits, shadows. And it's like your body is just leading you while your mind is playing back seat. You feel yourself moving, barely weaving through each of the obstacles. And you feel this just ever so slight caress on your cheek as you look over and nothing is there. You will take a brain.
Now,
And I
if I have a
spend a
if
nerve
I-
to take it for her.
Interesting. Okay. How would you like to do that?
I have behind me.
Okay. Is that a
so I can
body
spend a
mark, though?
nerve. It
Is it
says
only
I
body?
can take them. I can take a mark.
Just
It
a mark.
doesn't
Okay, cool.
specify. Just a
Okay.
mark.
All right. So then how would Aemmaline take this mark?
If I see her shudder, I'll put a hand on her shoulder to steady her, and I'll just say very quietly, hopefully only so that she can hear, I don't know spooky shit you do. Do what you have to do to get us through. And I'll just sort of like be a physical barrier to keep
Okay.
anything from getting to her.
As you reach for her shoulder, it's like you are transported into what she is seeing.
Oh no.
And that's when you see this hand reaching out that stops
Yeah.
and then
I'll
grabs
just-
onto your mouth and pulls you back, and that's when you pull out of it. So you take that brain.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Oops.
So you successfully reach this center point, this place where the bleed is the strongest. You don't find anything that seems to be the source of the fog. But what you do see, there is a large explosion here. There was a giant transformer that has since exploded. Pieces on the ground, this large char body mark is on the ground. But the body's not there. Well, most of it isn't, as you look down and see a right hand on the ground.
Like a disembodied hand?
Correct.
Like a real one or a ghostly one?
As you get a little closer, you see what that other ghost seemed to be at least a little see-through, translucent. This is for sure real. This is a disembodied hand on the ground.
Thinking back to when we saw that woman getting in the car, did she have a right hand? Is it a feminine hand? Was it dainty looking, thinner, nails?
It is a feminine hand. This hand, as you're kind of taking a look at it, well, one thing, Bartholomew, I always put an L at the end of that for some reason. As you approach this hand, you start to see that this is covered in bleed.
I think we found the source of the bleed. Everyone be careful.
No one
Where's
touch
the
this
rest
thing.
of it?
No one touch anything.
Any purple petals nearby? Or even have we seen any since we've entered?
So, actually, no. There isn't any purple petals nearby.
Can I pull out a bleed containment vial? Can I collect this bleed in any way, shape, and form, and kind of like it out of there?
I imagine that. Yes, that's how it works.
That's what it
in
does.
This universe. You can sap the bleed out of something. So using
Like
that,
to attempt to do that.
Yeah, easy enough. It is an item that you can use, so you are able to take the bleed, and it wouldn't work well if you take the fucking bleed from doing it, so you're fine.
Yeah.
No rolls needed. You're good.
Yeah.
There is obviously a slight leftover bleed.
Oh yeah, I'm
but
still
that's
gonna
just how
touch the
it goes.
hand.
Of course. Incredible.
So what is the?
Oh no.
If I get to look at it
Be
before you
careful,
start saying something else, I'm touching the hand.
Use a glove.
My hands are all over it.
Sarah's backing up. She's freaked out.
God, you should maybe ask. It's your first time. You know, you could ask if you.
How is the removal?
The removal of the hand, you mean?
Yeah.
Is it like hand?
Is it cut? Is it
Oh man.
blasted? Like what's the kind of
Shoulder, like what? How big?
Yeah,
So-
I'm trying to determine like what caused like hand to be gone.
There's nothing that like holds onto it, like, you know, where there might be like muscle or like a bone connecting to it. It is clean cut. I will go ahead and do a focus roll.
Gladly. I'll spend a drive. You know, we're having fun here. Right? Maybe
Use them
or not.
resources.
Use the resources that I have. I got 2 6s, one of them on my gilded die.
Hey.
What does that
Incredible. So you get
get a
your
drive
drive
back,
back
right?
that you put in. You get that back,
Amazing.
and that is a crit.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a 6. The little nuclear symbol is a 6.
Yes.
Crit. Interesting. Okay. One of the things that you notice is that this wound seems to have been cut.
Mhm.
Something had cut this off. This wasn't pulled off. This wasn't ripped off or anything like. It was cut. It was a relatively clean cut. But what really strikes you is that there is no blood.
Mm.
This is cut, but it
Not
doesn't
cauterized.
seem to have happened here.
Okay.
But you see the outline of a person on the ground connecting directly to that hand. These things are just, they are so opposite of each other that it's giving you this cognitive dissonance that like it had to have happened here, but it couldn't have happened here. This doesn't make any sense.
Could I have a thing called occult researcher, which I can take a brain mark to ask the GM for an important occult detail that I would recognize from my studies that's not been yet revealed in the scene.
Absolutely.
So I'd love to take a brain.
Okay.
I would love to take a brain, thanks.
Hey, as a little gift,
Please,
can I have
brain.
one? As a treat for me.
Daddy,
Wait,
can I
would
have a
now be an
brain?
appropriate time. I was like, can it be Daddy? Can I have a brain?
Daddy has been a very
You were
brave little boy.
asking.
Daddy, can we
I
have
was
brains,
just going
please?
for it.
So, does it say that you have to ask a specific question yourself, or you just get a
it's-
piece of information?
You to ask the GM for an important occult detail that you would recognize from your studies that has not yet been revealed in the scene.
Okay. Okay. You do, in fact. immediately from seeing this, and I'll just hop off the crit because this just works too perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
You immediately
my own
pull out your
theories,
journal
Mm-hmm.
and you begin flipping through your notes until you finally get to a page that talks about death. Death incarnate. Capital D, death. And you see that it's a curse. Or at least, it's said to be a curse. This might be connected to that curse somehow. As if that curse was transferred over. And all that was left was a right hand.
I'm just sitting there. Well, I'm crouched on the ground holding a hand. I'm just staring at it in my journal. The curse of death, anyone?
Are the rest of us arcane people familiar with this?
Beg your pardon?
I think that the only person that would be Serafina, since you are an occultist. You probably would have heard of this at some point as well.
Is it a legend? Is it common? Is it?
It's kind of like a myth at this point. But as Everette is talking about this, and from what you've seen, it didn't have a right arm. And this was the feeling of death. That checks out.
You know, if we were anywhere else experiencing anything else, I would tell you there's no way. But I wish I could show you what I saw. This sounds right. And
Could
that
it be
is
that death has a new right hand?
very well could be.
Just so we're all on the same page. We're talking either like a death curse, or are we talking about like the actual in the flesh death? You know, like the manifestation of all that perishes in the world. You know.
Is the hand death? Or does the hand cause death?
To me, it felt like death, like above table, right?
Yeah.
Like
Correct.
immense
Yeah.
power.
This is like this is capital D death. Yeah. This is the embodiment of that as a concept, and like just and it's not like it's
a
not
curse
like
of death
it,
embodying death.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And so, where this hand was found in the like body outline shape, the explosion was right nearby.
Correct.
And that explosion was today when we saw it, the lady come out, or it was a while ago?
The crash wasn't an explosion. It just sounded like things falling and breaking, and then you heard the
Got
scream.
it.
But
Right. Someone's screaming in here.
the explosion looks to be relatively old. You can still smell a little bit of like this like burnt tire smell, but it's not as strong as you would expect it, especially being this close to that transformer that obviously blew. So it leads you to believe that it has been several hours since this has happened, which again leads you to believe that it was part of what happened last night and overnight when the steel went out.
That's what it is. Okay, that's what it is.
While you're talking, you hear a voice coming from nearby in this little, like, very small office area that has shuttered windows but you see a door just barely opened as a person is looking out. Are you real?
We're real.
I certainly hope so.
Very real.
You see this woman that is currently wearing like this red vest and long sleeve white shirt that has been just completely covered in dirt. And you see a small journal in her hand as she's walking out. You're like really real. I haven't seen them collect like that.
Can I just like,
you
I just
real?
like touch her so she can tell
Yeah,
that,
absolutely.
that I'm
Come on in.
real? Like make physical contact with her?
Absolutely.
Come here, yeah, please, come here. And she opens up the door for you to enter.
Whoa. Can we see both hands, please?
Yeah, hold on.
She's
Who are you?
insane.
Identify.
what do you mean?
Identify yourself.
You're just about to.
My
go
name is
into this
Veronica.
place.
I'm just
you are
I'm
from?
just a journalist. Civil
All right,
Tribune.
all right.
I was doing a story on what
Sarah
happened
rolls
here.
her eyes. So obviously, like, fuck.
I was just doing a story and then they threw me in here.
Who's
Who?
they?
Yeah.
I don't know, the thugs outside. I passed the picket line and then I saw bodies. And then they
Were they
grabbed
wearing
me
one
and
of
they
these? I'm gonna point to them. Were they wearing one of these?
Yeah, they were wearing those. What is that?
We'll tell you later. Finish your story.
Well, people with those they grabbed me and they threw me in here. And there was a woman. Oh God. She had this white glove that she barely touched me and I felt myself felt like I was dying.
Are you the one whose scream we heard?
Yes, I screamed when I was able to get away, and then I ran to here. There were ghosts trying to rip me from being able to get here. I can't even believe I'm saying that. That doesn't even sound real.
Okay, hold on. Just calm down for a second. Deep breath. What did the woman look like?
She was, I don't know, just dressed really well. She had one of those pins on. She had long black hair and he's like, God, these green piercing eyes. But I don't know, just regular clothes, I guess.
How many hands did she have? Was she wearing gloves?
She had two hands. One of them was a white glove. That was the one that she touched me with.
What
Which hand?
was it?
The right one.
I'm gonna kind of shoulder over to Serafina. It's like, what if she's the next one? What if that's the mark? Does that would that be a thing?
I think you're right, but not in front of.
Well, I'm whispering this. This is
Okay,
a
yeah.
shoulder whispering.
I
in her
whisper.
ear.
Yeah, I whisper. I'm definitely getting close to you because I don't want this journalist to hear.
Right.
I think you're right, but it must be the same woman we saw get into the car. Above table.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do when we find regular citizens who discover that ghosts are real and all of this stuff?
That's a valid question.
We gotta take
valid
them out.
question.
We kill her.
Kill him.
Guapa.
Kill him. No. One of the things that you can
that's
do
not
is
what
bring them
Candela
back
does.
to your chapter house. Yeah, definitely not. You can bring them back to your chapter
Okay,
house
Veronica, come to
and kind
Grandma's
of-
house.
and kind of just
We adopt her?
pretty
We
much.
Men in Black them?
Yeah, can we
boop, I wish. But there's no like safe way to get rid of memories for sure. But there's definitely a like urging of one keeping quiet into joining Candela at this point. So
Okay.
in Candela, like the TTRPG concerns, or in terms of the TTRPG itself, this is like a catalyst moment for
Okay.
Veronica.
Okay.
This is her
Got
first
it.
introduction to magic and the magical
Got it.
world.
Okay. And we all know this, correct? I just want to establish that.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
You do your
Okay.
best to keep Candela private,
Mm-hmm.
but when your hands are tied,
Yeah.
Does she have a notebook that she's writing anything down right now?
no, she is very much not trying to write stuff down.
Cool.
She is
holding
very
a journal,
focused on
though.
staying alive. She is holding a journal, though. Yes.
Veronica, good news, bad news, love. Good news, we're here. If you stick to us like glue, you're gonna be alright. Bad news, somebody don't like you. And when I mean somebody, I think maybe... it's hard. You're not
Ghosts.
gonna believe me when I say it. I mean, you've already seen the ghosts, but it can get worse. You know what I'm saying?
Can it get
Sarah's
worse
making
than
faces
this?
Can I just like
She doesn't
can I
know
just
what you're
slap
saying.
a hand over Magnus's
Magnus.
mouth to stop
Just
him
saying.
from talking?
like, it's like you
Just
gotta
like
stick
just
with
like
us.
cup it over so he just doesn't say
Yeah.
anything
Long
further.
story short, you gotta stick with us. All right? And we'll help you, but you've gotta stick with us. Is that a fair shake?
There was some information that I found in here. It might be able to help
Oh.
you with whatever you're doing.
Do tell.
I'm like giving Courtney like side eye, like do the thing.
Do the punchy thing?
No, not that thing. She is like very pointedly looking at you and looking at the journalist.
I
Hey.
pull out a flask and offer it to her.
Yeah,
I think
Veronica,
you need
Veronica.
a drink. You look thirsty.
Yeah.
What
Hey,
other
hey.
information that you found?
Thank you. I feel like this might make it worse. So,
Trust
I
me,
appreciate
it'll make
it.
better.
Fair enough.
Courtney's gonna
takes up.
Courtney's gonna lay a
Anyone else?
hand on her
Anyone else?
shoulder.
Magnus?
Hey.
Oh,
Veronica,
Sarah totally
no,
takes it.
Do you
Pass it around.
do you smoke?
I mean, on occasion.
Yeah, all right. This is gonna here. Point out real quick where this information is. All the other,
Yeah.
you know, my crew. They're gonna go in. They're gonna take care of whatever's in there. You and me. Let's just hang out here. We're gonna have a cigarette. We're gonna shoot the shit. We're gonna talk about what's in your notebook, and we're gonna go from there. All right?
Okay.
Okay.
There's this desk over here, and she takes you over to a desk that is just completely like covered with papers. You can tell that she has taken everything out of folders. There are folders just on the ground, thrown haphazardly. It seems like all of these papers are very similar to the Faraday cage design that you had seen. However, these are a lot more in depth. You can see there is a paper written by a person named Gladys. It's called Concealed in Electromagnetic Veils, the Legacy and Modern Applications of Faraday Cages. And on this one, you do see a place. It is Wattworks, as in Watt, W-A-T-T, or no, sorry, Watt Wonders, sorry. Watt Wonders. And this seems to be the entire museum itself. This is a museum of industry, of electric progress that showcases certain inventions that come out of the greatest minds of Newfaire and even beyond Newfaire.
Do I know anything about this museum? Since I know a good bit about museums.
Sure. I mean, yeah, that
Yeah.
would make sense.
Yeah.
You would know where it's located in the Steel. So it's a little bit further out. This is like a field trip type of place to go to, but you definitely have been here
Science
before.
center,
You've seen
yeah.
exactly. It's a science center, of course. So,
Okay.
but you do see also there are some papers that are written about a Dr. Montgomery.
Which is the name we heard earlier.
Correct. You see that Dr. Montgomery is the one that heads the Faraday project.
And Dr. Montgomery works at the museum.
Correct.
Do I know a guy at the museum? I have a thing called I know a guy. And I think I might know somebody.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you could know somebody working at the museum. Absolutely. This is probably somebody that you had ran into on your investigations.
Mm-hmm.
Because these things seem to tie in, whatever this is, seems to tie in to whatever is going on in What Wonders. Yeah, so the person that you would know is an engineer that's, his name is Chester. Chester Sullivan, I believe.
Yeah, I know Chester. He's taken me through the museum a few times. I've definitely been there.
Oh, it's a lovely museum.
Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting new machinations.
Quite, yes.
I wonder.
Would that museum be big enough for that cage thing that y'all got on that other piece of paper?
Been there before. Is
I
it
think
vaguely
it
this
would,
size?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the designs, the Faraday cage itself isn't visible. It's within the walls.
Right.
But it is the size of that museum. Now that you know what the designs are, you know the approximate dimensions, and you've also been there, Everette.
Yeah.
That is where all the points are leading.
Is the museum in the shape of the blueprint of the Faraday cage?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd point that out to everybody.
Bet that broad was on her way there then after this.
Maybe so.
We should get there then. See if we can get there before her. Or after her, I guess, at this point.
How about we take care of our friend Veronica first?
Yeah.
Veronica.
No, in a non-imposing way. Like, take care, not like take care of them, but like take care.
Did I say it in any kind of menacing way?
To be honest, with your accent,
I didn't-
everything's a little menacing, love.
Yeah, your
I
voice
didn't
just naturally
feel
sounds
scared.
menacing to me.
Do we think
I didn't feel
Quentin
scared
is
until you said something, and she
still at
points
the
over to
house?
Magnus.
If we think,
She's gonna reach out to Veronica, like hold her hands out to this woman. Come.
if we think Quentin is still at the house, we could send her in a cab type thing over to the house.
We could do
Sarah.
that.
I think if I was right, she should stay close.
Or she should just stay with us.
I can do that.
Veronica, what did you put in that notebook? Have
I
you
mean-
wrote anything down?
I've been sort of anxiously writing things like about ghosts and stuff.
Can
You
I
want it?
take it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, pass it her. Pass it her.
Or yeah. Someone take it. Yep.
There you go.
I'm just gonna.
I'm not in trouble, am I?
Read?
No.
No,
Sure.
no,
No.
not even in the slightest.
No.
We are-
We're
we're here to help you.
Here to help. I will say though, if you go public with that sort of thing, you try to write a story about
all right.
Magnus,
It's
stop
Pump the
talking.
brakes.
No. Hey.
No.
Before you jump down my throat, all I'm saying is take a deep breath before you decide to tell anybody or write anything. You know what I'm saying? People are gonna.
Courtney, can I take a look at that notebook really quick?
Yeah, he hands it off.
Okay.
And then as we are talking and walking or like whatever I think is the best time,
Mhm.
I want to hide it on myself.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. So, you're able to put it into your coat pocket or whatever. It's good enough. You're going, I'm assuming, back to the same entry that you had previously entered, right? Okay.
Stands to reason.
Now that you know the way there, you're able to skirt your way through. There are a few shadows that you see, and Veronica gets terrified with each one, but you're able to weave your way through, dodging each of these ghosts. And you exit. As you exit, you find on the other side of this building, there are trash bags filled with purple petals in a dumpster nearby.
The fuck?
And, nobody touched them. Remember what happened last time?
Don't touch these things.
Wasn't
Still
good.
remember.
They look like they're regularly intact and not like they've been burned or anything.
They don't look like they've been burned, no, but I mean, they've definitely been, gathered up and systematically put into these.
Yeah, you're saying in a
For a
dumpster, like
reason.
the whole dumpster is full? Like, is this the most petals I've ever seen anywhere?
This is a lot. Yeah.
Should we burn them?
Is there any
Like,
way
get rid of them?
to tell if they are like poisonous as the other ones were, or maybe they were poisoned after the fact of creation? Is there any way, like, are these still poisonous, or are they like nullified or something? Is there any way to tell?
So, Bartholomew would know. The petals themselves are poisonous.
Everyone that's ever touched one.
Exactly.
Go on, try for yourself.
Well, all I'm
Don't
saying,
try for yourself.
we should see, if they are poisonous, if there's a way to tell, if there's not, it's whatever. But maybe somebody was making them poisonous, and they weren't like that to start off with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a MacGuffin, if you will, a misdirection, a red herring.
Something they put in the soil.
I could try looking at them and see what I can find.
Can you look at them without touching them? Because that did not feel
I
nice.
I probably have a pair of gloves on me.
Does the bleed detector detect bleed on the purple petals?
The petals themselves aren't magical. I mean, there is like a faint bit,
Yeah.
only because of proximity.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, it's just they're petals in the end.
Question.
Yes.
If I choose in my gear an arcane text, is it only an arcane text on one subject, or can it be like a multi-purpose?
Absolutely
textbook?
multi-purpose.
Okay. I pull from my satchel a book.
I pull from my satchel laboratory equipment.
Hey!
Hey.
We're working together. Can I see if other than these instances, have I seen these petals in any kind of arcane lore before? That's what I'm searching for.
Just one moment. We're doing this in the alley by the dumpster.
So this is behind
Yeah.
the main power plant building.
Okay.
Experiments in the
I am
alleyway.
going to. Courtney's just going to grab Aemmaline really quickly. Hey, Aemmaline, you this way, me that way. We're gonna post up. I don't know why they're doing lab experiments
keep
in
an
the
eye
alleyway, but like
Let the smart people do the smart people thing. We'll keep eyes. I get the drill. Go.
yeah, you got it.
Science.
Science.
Okay.
Magic.
So
keeping a lookout.
I guess for this, go ahead and do a focus roll to kind of search through the text. We'll let the text or the dice decide.
Okie dokie.
Can I give you a drive?
Absolutely.
Since I'm
I'll take it. Yeah. Can I also give myself one? You can do both, right?
Yeah, you can add a drive. Yeah.
there with my laboratory equipment
rolled
and my
a 6.
gloves, holding them.
Okay. This, with death, you learn that there's another moniker that this thing goes by. Mr. Nightfall is another name. And one of the folklore pieces that you hear is with his steps comes these nightfall flowers, these purple petals. They are extremely poisonous, and some people will pay pretty good for them. You'd have to know the right people, but they're pretty valuable.
I will turn to the others and say, these are said to manifest where this death, this Mr. Nightfall walks. And if they are here, I'm wondering if the museum is the right place to go.
Maybe he was here first. Maybe this is where they brought him in, and then they're gonna keep him at the museum.
Is this the
there was
first
like
time
a
I've heard the
Keep
name
him.
Mr. Nightfall?
Yeah, you would have heard it in some of the research that you've done. Yeah.
Okay.
They're poisonous, they are very valuable. This is money sitting here. I could
Dangerous
think
money
of...
that kills people.
I mean, I would like a bag of them myself, actually.
To do
Jonny.
what with?
Is now the time?
Thinking back to inside where we found the journalist, did it look? You said there's a lot of dead bodies around, right? Or there's just the one hand.
There was not many dead bodies, but yes, there was that one
Just the
hand.
Did it look like there was maybe the remnants of like a prototype of a Faraday cage or something like that inside? Or was it just like open, regular factory floor?
It was more of a factory floor.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't seem like that was the place where they would keep any sort of prototype or anything like that.
Why would there be bags of these flowers here? Or
And
petals?
when
Yeah,
you guys
Sarah
talk
really
about
really wants these petals really badly.
when you say Mr. Nightfall, Veronica says, "Wait. That's..." She had said something about hiding from Mr. Nightfall or something like that. She said that when she was walking out, she said that she had to kill it.
Yeah.
She wants to kill. Oh, wait. Maybe. And I'm gonna like huddle close, like away from the port. Maybe she's like trying to become an unabridged then. Maybe this is like her death. She's trying to kill her death.
What if she's actually on our side?
I mean,
Is the Faraday cage meant to keep it out or keep it in?
Keep it hidden.
maybe I think it's supposed to be a cage for it. It's a cage. It's good. She's going to trap it and she's going to try and kill it.
Or just control it. Trap it, control it.
The only thing I don't get is how this connects with all the petals that are here and all the deaths that happened before. Maybe you have to feed it?
Death does not eat. It simply is.
It's the gloved hands. I think it's her death. She's trying to kill her death. Maybe it'd be impossible to kill all of death. I don't know if you'd want that anyway.
Does that sound like anything I know about the unabridged? Because maybe I would know because of my background.
The unabridged are... Go ahead and do a focus roll, and that'll determine how much you would know.
I'd love to do a focus roll. I'll give myself a die. That is a 4. Makes success.
The unabridged are attempting to beat death. Now, whether or not that's a capital D death or just death itself, you haven't really heard of any of the unabridged using this route to do so. But that doesn't mean that it's not a thing.
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's not a thing. Yeah.
So you're not entirely sure, but you haven't heard anything like this before.
I want to keep thinking about this theory, but it doesn't really match up to what I know of the unabridged, but let's keep gaming this out. I think you maybe could be onto something.
Jonny, the first time I came across the petals, the very first time, did it seem like the deaths were specific people or random?
Well, one thing, you remember it having 2 hands. The other thing, it is very much like Slender Man, where it has just a featureless face except for those red eyes that you saw.
I don't understand why it might be missing a hand.
Maybe it is wounded. I'm assuming you said that out loud. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
I don't know.
I
if
said that
okay.
out loud. Yeah.
Maybe that was the first attempt at killing that death. And so it lost the hand.
Or it can split itself and do more work.
Maybe.
That wouldn't be unheard of either. I've seen stranger things. Have we not?
It's true. Seen a lot of strange.
I haven't seen that much weirdness.
You'll get there. You'll get there.
You will learn.
That's not that
think-
comforting, but thank
I
you.
know it is not, but you will learn.
All right, yes.
I think we have a lot of... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say that if, the murders have increased within the past month or so, that maybe that has something to do with it. This change there could be a cause of, for lack of a better word, a second hand coming in to aid this, that death has split its hands between 2 individuals.
Maybe. I think we got a lot of questions, but I think the only place we're going to get answers is this museum.
Right. Are we going to take one of these bags?
Yes.
I think we should burn.
We must.
Be careful, please.
Gloves on.
Whatever we take, we burn what remains. Oh, I hate to see some kid get into this dumpster looking for something to eat.
Is it like an insane amount, like giant garbage bags full? Or, okay, I want to take...
Like a grocery bag
No,
full?
yeah, I want to take maybe a grocery bag or like...
So,
I don't know.
one of the things that you
I
see
need these.
when you're moving the bag
Mhm.
is you find shriveled bodies under them.
I want them even more now. Is that fucked up?
How
They're
many
human
bodies?
bodies. Human bodies, right?
Fucking burn it, man.
What bodies are in there?
He said
Yeah.
there are human bodies, right?
I'm looking
There
at this
are-
with
yeah,
Everette,
yeah.
right?
There is human bodies.
Yeah, I've moved a bag and there's just bodies now, and I'm like,
You see that
Interesting.
most of them, if not all of them, are wearing power plant jumpsuits.
I think
Wow.
they's feeding it. They's feeding this thing. This
I'm
is the
putting
scraps.
gloves on. Because I'm sure I keep them on me.
Are they? Is it feeding to get bigger so that more people can harness it?
Yeah, I want
Maybe.
one of the bags.
I mean, I like my
Okay.
theory. I think she's trying to kill her own death. I think she might be sick or something, and she's feeding death to buy herself time until she can kill it.
Why would she say she was getting away from it then?
So, at around this time, I would like Aemmaline and Courtney to both do a survey roll. As
To
they're
make a
keeping
smooch
lookout.
roll.
Because
You guys-
I'm yelling about petals.
That is,
and
that
they
is
were
a
smart
five.
and decided to keep watch.
Jonny, you son of
Got a 5.
You daddy, you.
a. You
Combat
big,
daddy.
You big daddy, you.
Wow.
What
You
did we
little
get, Courtney?
ambush daddy.
We both got 5s.
Oh, you both got 5s?
Oh yeah, we both got 5s. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I only
Yes.
heard Whitney. Okay.
Oh.
Both of you roll again. And then whoever gets the highest, that's the one that I'm going to pick on.
Okay.
Punish.
Oh, that's great.
That's a 3.
3.
That's a 6.
Okay.
Hey.
Aemmaline, you are the one I'm picking on. So,
Yeah, that fits.
one thing that you see, you begin to see the two that you saw in front of the power plant that were like wrapping a chain around the front entrance. One of them is turning the corner as you're looking. They are coming to your position right now. Now, the power plant is big. You do have some time. However, you are a little bit a ways from the people that you are here with, because again, the power plant is rather big. And I will say that
Dude.
Courtney, you are too busy to see that Aemmaline has seen something. You are looking out and not paying attention to her position.
So embracing the training that I have had over the last 14 years, she'll do her best to sort of like shift out of the way and try and get behind them, if I
Okay.
can, if there's enough room to
So
do
when
it.
I'm painting the picture, you are on one corner of the building.
Yeah.
You are standing right here, and they are coming around the other corner of the building. So it's pretty
Okay.
much a straight shot, but if you were to come out of the corner, they would immediately see you.
Yeah. Is there a way for me to get closer to them without them seeing me first?
You are as close as you can get without them seeing you. You are basically in a position of waiting for them to get closer.
And if they get closer to me, what's the distance between me and the pedal chaos demons?
So as they were coming out, it's to the right a few hundred feet. Not a few hundred
Okay.
feet, like way less. Like probably about like 60 or so. So it's not terribly far, but still
Yeah.
far enough to where it would be like you would have to like whisper yell in order to get their
I-
attention.
Yeah, so I want to keep it quiet. So instead I will I'm going to run up and try and if I can 1-2 punch the two of them.
Just one of them is coming around.
Just one of them?
Just
Then
one
yeah,
of them.
I'll try and take out the one that is right, like coming around. Like if the other one
Incredible.
is not invisible distance, yeah, I'll just try and like swing
Great.
up and cold clock him.
Go ahead and do a strike roll.
Okay. I have a gilded dice that someone bought me, so I'm gonna
Ooh.
use it, and I'm gonna. Well, I say someone. It's me. I bought myself a gilded dice.
Hey.
We love it. Speaking of which,
and I'm burning.
make sure to support the charity, the Trevor Project. We are 200 away still. We can do this. Come on, everyone. Come on,
We
tell
can
people.
do it.
Bring them into this lobby.
What's
Bring
the
them into
menu?
this-
What does
into
it cost
chat.
to get a gilded?
$25
50.
gives a PC an extra die. $50 gives a PC an extra gilded die.
I bought a
Um,
gilded die to somebody.
I got a 5 on the gilded, so I'm gonna take back a drive.
Okay. So, as you turn the corner, it immediately throws this person off. They're not expecting somebody to be here. And you are able to run up and 1-2 punch them. But as you're running up, the picketers are here! They yell out. And then immediately get knocked out.
Do we all hear that?
Yeah.
The yell?
It was pretty loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the
Shit.
other one from the front coming?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Then
You don't see them.
I am going to turn and sprint back.
Okay.
To let them know we gotta go. We have to go. We have to go. We
Alright,
have to go.
okay.
We have to
Come on,
go.
guys,
We
let's
have to go now.
Cheese it.
Okay.
Now.
I
Just
get a
go, we
bag.
go.
Do we
I have a
go? Do we go fast? Or do we go sneaky?
We go now.
Fast it is.
They just shouted,
Fast
we
it
run.
is.
Incredible.
Come on,
Okay.
Veronica.
I'm bad at rat. I'm bad at that.
I don't know how to do a group check in this, but I
No.
will say, let's do
Let's just do one.
let's
I've
do
got an
a
idea.
series of checks. We'll do a contest. So, how do you want to get out of here without being seen / hurt / whatever might happen?
I can throw a smoke bomb as a distraction.
Ooh, okay. All right. So then I will say, with that, go ahead and do a hide roll.
Okay.
Somebody, whoever's good at hide rolls, you can choose like who's doing what.
But
I only
even
have one.
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good.
Do the Heidi.
What do you
the
have?
Heidi.
I got 2 and it's gilded.
Can I give him
Ooh.
a drive also?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Roly here. 6.
Incredible. Okay, so the first one,
On the
there is, you throw the smoke bomb, and instead of trying to get your position, you throw it so that it's out in the open so that people go towards that in order to see what is going on, because that's the most visible thing. As you begin to rush off, you can see that people are coming around the building and you are within sight, but it doesn't seem like they're paying attention to you. You still have about... This compound is pretty big. I would say a couple hundred feet before you make it to the surrounding gate and the entrance that you had come from. So, with one success, what do you guys want to do? You also begin to see that there are people that... There are surrounding buildings here, so there are some people that are starting to come out and starting to look at each of you that are running through.
Does Newfaire
But they don't
have
seem to
a
realize
sewer
what's going
system?
on just yet. Huh?
Does Newfaire have a sewer system?
Newfaire definitely has a sewer system, absolutely.
All right, well then
Okay.
we go down.
Incredible. Okay, so you're gonna try and go ahead and do a, I would say, survey in order to spot one of these.
Ooh. I got 2 in survey.
I also have 2 in
Is there
survey.
anybody?
Got 2 in
I have
survey
one.
also,
I
but I'll
only
let
have one
somebody
in
else
survey.
roll.
I only have one.
Yeah.
I'll let Everett do it. And I will give you
Okay.
a drive.
I'll give... Oh, you're going to give a drive? Okay.
I'll give a drive.
Cool.
You're a bookie. You're a bookie little
Yeah.
bean.
You know,
Maybe you've
Bookie little
researched the sewers. Maybe you've
I'll use
researched
one
the
too, just
sewers.
in case. Yeah, you know, maybe.
Seal that deal.
I did get a 6.
Hey.
Incredible. Okay, so you're able to rush through the rest of this place, and you're looking hectically for some sort of a sewage opening, and you find one relatively close by. You begin to see that there are Eon's guards that are rushing in towards where you are currently at. You run into find the you run in to grab the sewer lid. I would say that this final roll will have to be a strike roll in order to like pull it off.
He's got that good strike.
You know it's me.
I'm
Hell
going to say I saw this coming, and from my
Okay.
coat, I pull a what is it? What are they?
Crowbar.
A crowbar. I'm going to pull
Yeah.
a crowbar and hand it to Courtney.
All
Okay.
right.
That.
Is that an extra dice?
I'll give you an
Yeah.
extra die. Yeah, give you an extra
Yeah,
die
that's
for that
it.
for sure.
Yeah, that's an extra die. Yeah.
And I
Oh, cool.
will burn a drive to give you 1 more.
Okay.
Incredible. Okay.
That is a 4 on Gilded.
Okay. So you'll take the mixed success, you'll get 1 of your drive points back. And you pull off the sewer lid. Everyone is rushing their way through. there's only so much that you can do with a ladder. There's only so many people that you can fit at one time. So people are rushing down this ladder, trying to get to the bottom, and you are still holding the sewer lid as people are beginning to rush towards that fence. Just before it's your turn, you look over, and you see one of them aiming a gun at you. And just as you're about to go in, they nick your shoulder. You'll take 2 body.
The bullet strikes my shoulder. The impact bruises and perhaps fractures bone, but Courtney grabs his shoulder and reveals a little bit of fabric that shows a flak jacket underneath his shirt. And I take 1 less body.
Incredible. I love it.
Question. Is it possible for me to burn a drive so he doesn't take any?
Ooh, we love a devil's bargain.
I am aware
Yes.
that I would have to take it because that's how that ability works.
You would have to tell me how you take it, because he was the last person in.
Yeah. So if it's possible to notice that, hear the sound underneath, grab him by the ankles, jumping up if I have to. So maybe it's like my hand that catches it to grab him by the upper body to get him down.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you can use that drive point, but you don't get shot. So nobody is shot. Okay, so read the ability first.
I have to take the mark. That's how it works. If I spend the drive, I'm the one who has to take it.
Okay, so then here's what happens. You have a flak jacket. It doesn't hit as hard as before. You take that impact and you're fine. You don't take that 1 mark. That second body mark. You pull him down, and immediately he slams into the ground. You, 1, land in the sewage water, and 2, you just hyperextended your elbow as you landed back onto the ground. But there's a moment where Courtney has fallen onto you.
This is a rough meet.
You share a moment with sewage water and
an open
stinkiness.
Sewage water, stinkiness.
Aemmaline, you didn't have to do that.
You don't get to sacrifice yourself for anyone. That was the agreement. And she's just sort of holding her shoulder. And you can almost probably see where the blood is breaking through that linen wrap you did earlier from where she punched the shit out of someone with the same hand.
Oh, God. Okay. Hey, let's get out of the sewer, hey?
She's just going to look at you for a second because she can see it in your eyes. And then very quietly, same bloody hand on your cheek, is just going to say, I am not a thing to be protected. I'm not a project or a purpose. Okay? I am a fully grown woman, and I can handle myself.
Courtney looks to Aemmaline and sort of looks her up and down. She's disheveled and dirty and bleeding actively. She just saved him from likely a terrible wound. Yeah, you're you're right.
Could we have this epiphany outside the ship, please?
It is really gross in here. I don't want to be here.
Hey, it's great.
Hey.
I imagine we're all standing around you as you're in the tree.
Yeah. Hey,
Maggie,
These
I gotta
clothes.
say, wasn't
Very
super
expensive.
stoked that there was a lab experiment in the alleyway either, and that's what got us here. Hey,
Hey,
I start
we're here.
pulling out-
You're the one staying in the ship.
I'm
is all
holding my
saying.
bag of petals
Handkerchief
aloft.
After
Yeah, yeah.
After handkerchief after handkerchief. And I unpin them and I hand everybody a handkerchief to wipe themselves
Wrap
off
up.
with.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
100%.
that's so good. That's too
Yeah.
fucking funny. Oh my god.
I was waiting for that. I've been waiting this whole
The
session for
perfect
the
time.
handkerchief.
Smells like a pigeon coop.
So
You're
one of
complaining
the other
about the
things,
smell of that, right?
Get out the pier. Let's get out the pier.
Yeah.
one of the other things that you do notice are thick electrical cables that are running deep through what used to be some sort of a pipe out and further down the sewer.
Oh,
Like, does this
lovely.
sound like
We can
these
follow
should
this to
be
the
here?
museum.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It does indeed match those blueprints that you had seen before. These are routing to What Wonders.
Sarah is
So-
extremely distressed at this. The notion of staying in the sewers.
Yeah, it's not. It's ain't my bag. But if this is the best way through, I guess we gotta tough it out.
Or we could find another sewer grate nearby and
The
You know?
thing is, I imagine
vote for that.
if these cables are coming through here, they gotta come inside the museum from the underside also. Maybe there's less
Yeah.
people about. Maybe it'll be more.
we
of a
track them?
secluded entry.
Could
Do
we?
we have to travel the whole time underground, though?
Who knows
It might
where they
be
come
the
through?
safest way to do it. There's no one here following us.
my friend
It's
Chester
quiet.
showed me a secret employee's entrance. If we need to use that.
That also works, I guess.
How
we gotta
nice.
Stomp around.
And not full of shit.
Well,
Well,
this
nobody
one,
said you're full of shit.
this one is a maintenance entryway, which happens to be in the shit.
No!
Hey,
Oh,
we're gonna be in the shit either way. Might as well.
In the shit regardless. Might as well just stay down here.
You guys are gonna try and do a hide roll, and I'm gonna have to take one away because you're just gonna smell so fucking bad that like,
No, I don't want to be here.
what is that?
Magnus always smells of Chanel blue.
Is it possible to like?
Good
Just
lord.
perpetually.
Yeah.
Is it possible while we're moving to just like walk aggressively near enough to Sarah to just splash her with some of the shit water?
no.
I
Sure,
will
and
push
I
you.
mean,
I will
just to
push
be
you.
just to be clear, it's sewer, which means that it's not always completely covered in shit. There are walkways, there are
It's
people
just
that need
gross
to
water.
maintain the sewage. So there are walkways that are relatively clean. However,
I see this.
Aemmaline and Courtney fell directly into it because they fell down the manhole. But
Because
yes.
they're so skilled. They're so skilled. They're so
I see her coming closer to me, and I say, if you get any closer to me, you will regret it.
It's just a little.
Her hair
closer.
kind of floats a little bit. Don't.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Let's just get this job done.
Veronica, we're all a group of lovely friends.
Turns on her heel.
Oh my god, I forgot Veronica was here.
Veronica,
no, I
we don't
don't.
usually spend that much time in the sewers.
No, we don't.
Usually it's an above ground.
She's
thing.
stomping away. She's
Yeah.
very upset. She hates it here.
We're doing this all on the move, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure,
Moving.
for sure.
I'm stomping away. I'm pissed.
I am always
I'm gonna catch
assuming
up
that
to
you guys
Sarah.
are walking and talking. Yeah.
We're walking and fighting.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Aaron Sorkin just all the way there.
Not fighting,
Not a
just
walk
putting
and
up
talk, it's a
boundaries.
Walk and argue.
Not
walk and
fighting,
argue.
putting up boundaries.
I mean, we're in a new
Boundaries.
location.
Very.
Boundaries
Very good
don't
point.
don't cover
Good
me in
distinction.
poop is
Don't touch
pretty
me.
good.
I have boundary. It's do not get shit on.
Yeah.
My boundary
If you
is don't
break
fucking
that
touch me.
If you break
Please
that
don't.
one, we're having issues.
Yeah.
Don't. I'm gonna catch up with Sarah. So I sense a little tension between you and Aemmaline. What was that? She want to get shit water on you. You just don't do that to anybody.
Just like a child to be petulant.
I mean, she's what? How old is Aemmaline? 19? Emmaline's 19.
She's 24.
She's 24. She's not a kid no more.
Well, she certainly acts like it, apparently.
I've been told that my ripe old age, I act like a child all the time. It's young and hard.
You do whenever the doctor is around.
Well, the doctor has a stick up her ass.
Don't talk about my friend like that. And she was your colleague too.
A colleague, I think, is appropriate. Friend, stretch. And even to you, she judged you just the same.
She did. but with a family name like mine, it is unavoidable.
It's unavoidable, but people can choose how they treat you.
She got over it eventually.
Right.
And I imagine we're like conspiratorially walking like we do. We do this often.
Absolutely.
Arm in arm, leaning in, telling secrets.
So, just to be clear, are you continuing through the sewer to that secret entryway, or are you going to leave the sewer and then go out, try and
Apparently,
enter
we're
that
staying
way?
in the sewer. That's why I'm
That's
I
fine.
thought
stopping.
we were poop walking.
and
I thought we were
sassy.
walking amongst the
Yeah, you know what? I mean,
We're
like,
on the
I'm
walkway,
down for
okay?
it. I just wanted
We're
to
on
double
the
check and make sure.
walkway.
Are we poop walking or are we above ground walking?
Can I
Like,
just
Oh,
magic
just
to
clear
walk on the
distinction
poop
between
water
the two.
so that I
walk-
don't have to touch it?
That's what I mean. Somebody's got to
there's
cast
a
walk on
side
poop
path
walk.
on the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're
no,
walking on the
there's a
grates.
side
We're
path.
walking on
You
the
go
grates.
in the sewers, and there's a path.
Right. There is a
Yeah,
side
yeah.
path. You can easily get through
I'm
without
walking
touching
on
any of
that.
the poop water.
I
So
am not touching
Poop
any of
water.
that. No.
incredible. All
Have
right,
you never
so
been in a sewer before?
I actually haven't.
I haven't.
I've seen
either. I was
sewers.
just-
I have.
No.
I've seen them before, but yeah, no.
I've seen them, yeah.
It's not great.
I've seen them
No.
vaguely. It's
It's
blurry.
not
It's
great.
not a fun
Ah.
time.
I've
Well,
seen the
right?
literature. I have an understanding of
A lot
what
of
purposes.
TMNT.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It's
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
rad in there. I've heard.
It's pretty rad in there. There's pizza.
Pizza.
It's great.
They deliver
But there's
pizza
lots of
even.
pizza.
You just
and,
you're
like,
walking through the
Wow,
sewer
we're-
and you randomly get the scent of pizza.
Oh, that's not,
Love it.
Okay, maybe it's not so bad down here. Anyway, we're getting so squirrely right now. I'm so sorry.
So no, it's okay.
I kind
It's-
of lean
it's all
into
good.
Magnus and I say to him, "Listen, it's probably obvious, but I obviously know those two. I don't want to get into it now, but it's a lot."
Hey, I'm Teen Sarah all the way, so it is
Oh,
what it is.
Maggie. She just kind of hugs your arm.
Hey, I understand the history, but I think we're much closer to the ending than we are to the beginning. We just gotta stay together. And if we see that, I keep my shit together. If we see that one-eyed lady again,
Okay.
She just kind of smiles at you and doesn't say anything because she's already been bickering with you all day about it and is done doing that now.
no, I'll on my honor. The next time I see her, I'll be polite. If you can withstand her childish rebukes for the rest of the evening.
I will handle it for you. For you, my friend. Okay.
Okay.
Can we walk faster? I don't want to be here anymore.
No, I
So-
hate this. This is not my vibe.
You
You all hear her say that.
Oh, yeah. The walls of the sewers echo every sound that happens, drips, and different exclamations. But you continue to follow these large electrical cables as they wind through the town. You finally come to the end where you see them enter back into one of those pipes that you can assume go into the museum above. There is an entryway that goes out, but Bartholomew knows that if you go around, there is a separate entryway that has a ladder that goes directly up into the museum itself. As you climb up this ladder, you find that it opens up into the main exhibit. The main exhibit is this almost guided tour that leads you through a maze-like this maze of like wire-covered artifacts and different displays that have explanations of these new and improved electrical devices. You can see that there's large graphics of lightning bolts. A little cheesy, but tells the story of the progressive inventions that they have here. But you do smell a similar smell as the power plant, this smell of burning rubber.
I pull out the bleed detector. Is it going off in general in any specific direction?
As you're pulling out the bleed detector, before you even pull it out completely, you hear a man that's desperately yelling out, "This will work! I promise! I can hook it up to the Tesla coil! We can use the electricity against it!" You hear this coming down from the long halls of this maze-like exhibit. Bartholomew would recognize this to be Chester's voice.
Look, he's here.
So, I have a countdown that I will keep, and I need each of you to tell me what you're doing as you're rushing through this maze. There are different types of artifacts that you can look at. There are a bunch of possible shortcuts that you can do. So, as this countdown begins, I'm setting the die to 3. So, what would you like to do?
And I, having been here before, do I recognize where Chester's voice might be coming from and remember the quickest way to get there?
Sure, go ahead and do, I would say a focus roll.
Okay.
I was going to ask basically the same question.
Okay, you can aid in this if you'd like.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll give you a drive.
Sweet, that'll make it 3. And that's a 5.
A 5, okay. So the countdown ticks by 1, but you get a success in order to get to Chester.
Yeah.
And as you wind through, you come to this glass doorway where on the other side you find the woman that you had seen exiting the power plant. This finely dressed woman with her right hand on the face of your friend. You see 2 other dead bodies that have been shriveled on the ground. You see this large Tesla coil that is currently off and a exposed generator on the other side of this large room. She's currently holding the head of Chester, and he is screaming out with every fiber of his being to be let go. It seems like the breath itself, the fog, this magical smoke seems to come out of his mouth as he breathes out and screams. And it seems to go directly into this glove. One of the other things that you see, as this is happening, you see that Bridget is losing wrinkles, and she is seemingly growing muscles. You can see that this is filling her up with some sort of fucked up energy.
Does it seem like it's the glove that's doing this to her?
Oh, 100%. You can see that smoke that's like billowing into it, like going underneath and being consumed into this glove.
And okay, cool.
So
Can
you
I
have a
pound on
locked
the
glass
to
door.
distract?
Absolutely. Okay, go ahead and do a sway roll in order to try and get her attention with this.
Okay, so I have 2 points in sway and it's gilded. So that just means, is it 3 dice or is it 2 and one of them's gilded?
2 points, and then you have, what did you say? A gilded? So it's just,
yeah.
it's 2 and 1 is gilded.
Okay.
I will
Unless
give you a drive.
Okay, how are you assisting?
I think I mean, you're just trying to get her. Are you just trying to get her her attention?
I'm trying
or
to
are you
get her
trying
to stop doing what she's doing for a split second, because maybe it'll save his life.
I think seeing you like pound on the glass and stuff like that, I would reflexively, seeing as somebody's in danger, like start doing the same and trying to just like rag on her as best I can.
Sure.
Like just
Okay.
spewing out like whatever insults I could think of.
Okay.
So you add an extra die.
5. Not gilded.
A 5. Okay. So it decreases by 1. And you can see she takes off her hand and looks over towards the door. You have her attention for this split second.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, Chester looks to be... You knew him as 40 years old. He is currently at 60.
I look
Might as
at
well
my,
be
He is
dead,
on the
right,
ground.
guys?
He's
I look at my circle and I say, "Come on, we have to get in there and help him. Help me."
okay.
Is it locked from like the inside or the outside? Is there like a lock on it? Like
It's from the inside. Yeah. This seems to be like an extra exhibit that people can go into when it's open.
Glass
does it
door?
look like bulletproof?
It is a glass door.
But
Yeah,
does it look like
absolutely. You want to
bulletproof?
break it?
I have
There's
a
a-
fucking gun.
You want to do it?
Do it. Do it.
I said I brought a gun.
Incredible. Okay.
Check.
I'm just
Do
gonna
a
say very
control roll.
loudly. I will say very loudly to Bartholomew before I do it. Doc.
Okay, yeah, and I like flourish my coat around my head.
I have
Incredible.
2, and one of these is gilded.
It's a John Wick coat. So it just deflects
And
bullets.
as
Totally.
I try to time it, another smoke bomb or whatever, when the glass breaks, to just add a little bit more confusion.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
So here's the thing. I rolled a 4 and a 6. The 4 is on the gilded, and I am very low. I'm very low on drives.
Save Chester, this nameless face. Well, not nameless.
I'm
but
very low on
faceless-
drives. So
We just-
I'm gonna do the very stupid thing. I'm gonna take the 4 so I can get a drive back. So
Okay.
I'll take the mixed success so I can get a drive back.
Gotta
That-
respect the guild.
That clears the countdown. And you see her look towards the glass, shake her head. I need all the strength I can get. And she turns around and finishes the job as she grabs onto his head and pulls the rest of his age out. You can see the wrinkles again just disappearing. But you break through this glass door, opening into this large warehouse type room with a giant Tesla coil in the center. And you throw this smoke bomb down. As you enter in, you hear the body thud. There is smoke around. And she just calls out, "Wait! Wait!" You don't understand what's happening.
Then explain it to us.
This, as she points over to the Tesla coil, this is the only way to be clear of him. You all know what I'm talking about.
So you decide to kill innocent people, like my friend Chester?
He was just as much a part of this project as I was. I need all the strength that I can get to face him. He is coming tonight. Now, either you help me, or you become more food for him.
Is she lying? Does she have ulterior motives?
Yeah.
Go ahead and do a read roll.
All right.
Who's good at read? Because it's not me.
I'm gonna.
It's not fucking me.
I'm gonna spend a drive,
I have one
Okay.
die.
or
in
I
that.
only have one. I can do it since I asked. I don't.
Goose egg.
Yeah.
I can give you I'll give you a drive.
And
Sure.
it's gilded for me, so I'll have 3 dice, one of them being gilded. And we're at a 5.
Okay. What you can tell is that she is being forthright. But there's something there that you're not able to see. There is something behind what she's saying that she's not being completely truthful about. It does seem like she is trying to gain your aid. It does seem like Mr. Nightfall is coming.
But she maybe wants the power incidentally also.
But is Mr. Nightfall coming for us? That'd be my guess.
Or her, or whomever.
I think it's just coming for her.
How long until this nightfall comes?
It's dark. It's getting into the evening. It could be at any point soon.
So you know how and when he strikes?
Foggy nights. I just assume that I don't know how he did it. I was staying hidden this entire time, and yet he knew that the power plant was something that was keeping me hidden. I stole from death, and she holds up the white glove. And now he's coming to reclaim it. Now, before you kill me, understand, this will transfer to you. This is a curse that I cannot get rid of, which is why we are trying to kill Mr. Nightfall by other means. That is what I am assuming will happen if I turn this all the way up and aim it at him. Now,
So you don't know.
What's stopping us from watching you die? Mr. Nightfall coming and just taking you. You stole from death and now you think that it's your time to beat him? What kind of presumptuous bullshit are you on? That you expect
I'm not going to
our
sit
help.
here and think that people that don't understand the intricacies of all that has happened
No.
will support me.
Opens his vest and he takes out a grenade. He thumbs the pin. No, you're going to listen to me. Or that delicate piece of machinery is going to be blown into 1,000 pieces.
Do you want
Who
the
are
murders
you?
to continue?
Calm down.
No, I don't want the murders to continue. But I don't think you have a clue. Or you're lying to us. You're a murderer. You're a villain.
That I will not put any fight against. Yes. But there is a purpose, a grander purpose behind it.
He just toys
This-
with the pin. Be
If
forthright.
you do that, there is no stopping him. If you do that, you break every tenet of the organization that I assume you are a part of. If you listen to me, we may be rid of this completely.
Aye.
I think
Oh, go ahead if you got something.
I was gonna say I think Sarah kind of puts a hand on Courtney's shoulder.
Am I wrong?
No, but let it play out.
As this happens, you begin to see coming out of the broken window, coming under the nearby doors that go into other rooms, this fog begins to creep in. You begin to see these pieces, these long tendrils of fog are reaching out, and your skin begins to rise. starting to get colder and colder as fog creeps and crawls under every window that's nearby. You see it writhing out like tentacles, grasping for some sort of prey as the breeze transforms into a frigid blanket of fog that then rushes over the entire building. You briefly see the silhouette of a form in the fog. A shadowy figure dressed in a pristine black suit, its left hand sheathed in a white glove. One eye yellow, the other red. And as the form quickly appears, it vanishes as fog coils around it. Okay. You have a choice. Are you going to let me do what I need to do, or you're gonna take the mantle?
I'm gonna like position Everette behind me.
Like, you see, the thing is though, our organizations are all about the supernatural, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but death is very natural. I don't see anything for me to do here.
Technically, it's the curse of death. I think that's slightly different than.
That
Well-
is supernatural.
If death kills her, he gets his hand back.
Perfect.
There is no
Let
more
it play
curse.
out.
She's going to turn and book it towards that generator.
Courtney
I'm not-
has a moment with Aemmaline, and his eyes go to the gun, and then locks eyes with her.
Okay?
I'm gonna fire at her knee.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and do a control roll for this.
That is a 6.
6. Incredible.
Yeah.
Okay, you fire at her knee, and she goes down. Fuck! And she begins crawling towards. It doesn't seem like she's stopped, but she is slowed for sure. Okay, she is continuing to go towards this generator, and you see the form beginning to appear in different spots. Appearing here, then
Does it
disappearing.
look like is it appearing around her specifically, or just in general in the room?
It seems to be reaching towards, like, almost like there's some concern of it getting too close or being sure. It's like watching the prey to make sure that there's no traps being set. So as it's appearing, it's looking, and then appearing in another spot and looking. She is still slowly crawling towards this generator.
Bartholomew is frozen with fear.
I'm gonna approach the generator.
Okay.
Just looking at it.
Okay.
I'll follow Everette, kind of like being a barrier between death and Everette.
Look back at Courtney and Serafine, because I don't know what to do.
Just
All right.
a nod from Courtney, and then he looks to Serafine just behind him. I don't know what you're capable of, and there is so much that I don't know about you. But if what I assume about who you were to me is true, then you are powerful and capable, and help Everette, help us.
She just kind of shakes her head. I don't know that I'm as capable as you think, but something needs to end this. How far away is the generator from me?
It would be probably like under 30 feet. It's pretty close.
I'm looking at it, trying to figure out if theoretically, like, what it will theoretically do, if it will act as the Faraday cage, and like, if there's anything else to it, like, aside from that.
So this generator, go ahead and do a focus roll.
Yeah, of course.
As this happens,
I'll give you a drive since I'm nearby.
Thank you.
I will like you're very locked in. I'm going to be like helping stop. I'm basically acting as your protector in this moment, being like giving you that freedom to be so locked in.
Yeah.
You're taking care of Dr. Montgomery.
Yeah.
It's a 6 on my gilded.
Incredible. As you're quickly looking over each of the pieces and moving parts, this doesn't look like a large enough generator to power something as big as the Faraday cage that you know this entire building is. This is a generator that seems to have just enough for that Tesla coil to go off. But as you come to this realization, Bartholomew, you see it appearing and disappearing and appearing, disappearing and appearing until it finally, both eyes are directly in front of you as it stares at you. And reaches its hand out towards you. Is anybody doing anything?
Oh, can I stop that?
Yeah.
Can I stop that from happening?
It's like I'm probably too far away to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'm close enough.
Being finally confronted that close, I would definitely try to run away. I don't have anything to attack or anything.
Okay, go ahead and do a move roll.
Okay. So I don't have anything in move, so I roll 2 dice and take the worst.
Can I give him a drive to make it a flat roll?
You had shot towards... This is kind of all happening all at the same time. So it's not technically initiative, but you were shooting at Bridget as this was happening. I was going to bring it up earlier, but we were doing stuff. So this is happening as you're shooting Bridget. So I would say no.
Okay.
All right. That's a 1.
You are frozen with fear. You are immediately taken back. And the hand grabs onto your head. And you feel the breath being taken out of you. You will take 2 body and a bleed.
Yeah,
you
that sounds
feel
about right.
yourself aging. You were 40. You are now 50. So we will mark that.
Gray Fox.
Hey, Fox.
Gray Fox.
So as this is happening, Everette, everybody is, this is like a new round. What is it? Or actually, sorry, Serafina was doing something. What is Serafina doing?
Did this happen at the same time as I was like considering going to the generator?
Yeah, this would have been like, you're like running towards it and then you see this thing appear just next to Bartholomew. It is currently taking the life out of it.
And I have fully felt like the immense power of this thing, not once but twice.
Correct.
And I know that I am not strong enough alone for this.
Right.
So, forbidden ritual. How long does that take?
That's a like instantaneous thing.
Oh no. Okay.
What is forbidden ritual?
What is forbidden ritual?
So it says I can either change the environment, conjure a phenomenon, or save a dying person. But it's also like, you know, I get a scar and all that fun stuff. So, can I conjure a phenomenon that might be strong enough to utilize the Tesla coil to electrocute this thing?
Here's what I'll say.
Like, can I pull from that power?
Your forbidden ritual, if you choose to save a life, that will work. I will let you have that. You would know that you could somehow pull Bartholomew out of the grip of this thing just from this forbidden ritual. You do take a bleed scar immediately. But this would rip him out of Mr. Nightfall's hand. Well, actually, sorry. One of the things that I forgot to say, Bartholomew, as you're looking at this embodiment of death, it is not Mr. Nightfall. This is Miss Nightfall.
A trans icon.
Trans icon.
This is
So
this
of
is
us.
Gladys. Gladys, who has taken over the mantle after killing it before.
Oh.
So, she is holding onto your head. Serafina, you see this happening. You are doing your forbidden ritual?
You know what? I'm not gonna do that. I have a better idea. What if we just give I hate this. What if we just give Dr. Montgomery to Miss Nightfall?
Oh no, that's
That is-
100% my thought process.
That is an action you can
I
do.
don't want this. It's against a lot of things, but is she really innocent at this point? Is the thing I'm not super clear on because
Did you just watch her murder a man?
Yeah.
She's still
Murder
moving
robot.
really slowly, right?
There's 2 other bodies in here. She murdered 3.
She's
She's
still
at
moving
least
slowly
confirmed
because
murder.
I blew out her knee,
She's still
correct?
crawling towards. Yeah, you shot the knee, and we kind of like left it there. This Serafina saw her fall down, and then Everette ran with Magnus towards the generator. That's what we're seeing right now.
Can I like have Courtney help me just grab her and drag her to?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So-
yeah, I want to teamwork this because I'm not strong. I'm not
Sure.
athletic. I just do magic shit. That's all I do.
I'll
This
lead the roll.
This is going to be a move roll. And you were trying to get there. You were trying to get there before anything bad happens to Bartholomew.
Shit. Okay.
How much
So
drive
this
can
is-
you put on a roll?
There's a maximum of 6 die that you can have on one roll.
Awesome.
And this is a high stakes roll as well.
So I'm using my turn to direct Courtney, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, you could just call out, go
I don't-
get her, and then
Yeah.
Courtney
Go
just
get
runs out
her.
and gets her. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I am going to spend 4 drive on this. That's a thing I can do?
That's
Absolutely.
not man's.
Awesome.
Let's go.
Giving it the gas.
Oh, no, never mind. Only 3. Because, obviously.
Oh, then
Oh, I
what's the
thought you
point?
only got a 3. Okay.
No.
I was like,
oh, no.
Oh, fuck.
That is,
You better
that
throw
is-
resistance.
That's a 5 on Gilded.
Okay. All right. You immediately take this command. You are, yes, rush towards Gladys. And as you grab onto her, she herself is grabbing onto your head. And you can feel as you're running, like Hercules getting out of the river of death, you are feeling your body starting to give out. You are going to take 2 body, 1 bleed. But immediately as she's brought over to Miss Nightfall, you see her hand on Bartholomew look towards, and then this realization of Bridget as she just, Gladys? The hand lets go. She just begins to try and writhe out of your hand. She's extremely strong. So, I will like a strike roll to be rolled. One more time.
So for each mark, Courtney starts experiencing a very familiar and intense feeling. It is adrenaline pouring through his system, and I get 3 drive back.
Incredible.
From the marks that I took. He with the strike, I am just trying to haul her out of here, trying to pull her away. He is going to, with one hand, grab the entire front of whatever clothing she's wearing, and then hand on the back of the neck, wrench her out of this situation. And I'm gonna burn every drive I've got. I'm gonna use all 5.
Okay. And just to clarify, I was saying this will be to hold her as Miss Nightfall is grabbing on.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I was so confused. Even
That's okay.
Better. Okay, then
Okay.
he's going to he's going to grab the back of her belt and the back of her neck and very presentery push her forward.
Love
it. That's a 5 on Gilded.
Okay, she's reaching back, trying to get you to stop as she's brought up to the physical representation of death. The hand slowly places onto her head as you see every fiber of her being quicker than you saw Chester being drained. She is almost turned to dust immediately, but not before grabbing onto you one last moment and giving you one more bleed. She barely briefly touches your hand.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't want him to take bleed.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would rather take that.
Okay. All right. So then, as that is happening, do you have like an ability or something like that?
No.
I do.
Can I just intervene? Yeah, whoever can intervene.
Yeah, I can take it. I have the drive. I can take it. So as he would have run up, I would have come up behind, and seeing the hand approaching the head, would have instead taken my hand and put my hand in its place to take her hand. To keep it from touching him.
I love this. So
I wanted the bleed, but okay.
As Serafina, as you're rushing,
I'm sorry.
I have an
as you're
ability
rushing
when I get
towards.
Oh, can you?
As you're rushing.
If you can, you take it.
No,
the
I
only
can't
thing.
take it.
Exactly. You wouldn't be able to swap. So this is like specific to like muscle get behind me thing.
Yeah.
So as Serafina, as you're rushing towards to try and help Courtney, you see Aemmaline is already there, grabbing onto the arm of Bridget. You feel like this sizzle on your hand, this bleed entering your body. But before long, she is completely like exsanguinated. There is literally nothing but a skeletal remain where every part of her is taken into Miss Nightfall. And immediately when she dies, you find the glove fall to the ground, dissipating into fog, and then appearing onto Miss Nightfall's hand. She looks. And then dissipates. You hold your breath for what feels like years. But the fog slowly retracts. And you are left alone in this museum.
Oh my god, Aemmaline, are you okay?
I think on her hand there's like a little bit of a flash of bleed. You can kind of still see where it soaked in. But she's still standing. She looks fucked up, but she's fine.
How you doing, Bart? You got a lot more silver than you had
Yeah,
before.
she's just gonna look back at Bartholomew. She's like, "Are you okay?"
You doing okay?
It's not a trick I can't handle.
Hey. You know what? I could use a cuppa.
Oh.
I think this is a job well done. All of you did, I think, a pretty excellent job on your first. Oh yeah, like I said, death is natural. There's nothing more
It's a-
natural than death.
But it's a curse. It's it's not just death. It's the curse of death. It's something not.
Yeah, we don't know. It's not coming
Natural.
back.
I mean, I think she did something. She was trying to stop her own death. She managed to mess with death, grab the hand, got cursed. I think that's why she evaporated so quick. She was abating her own death for so
Right.
long. She was getting
Yeah.
rejuvenated.
But she
Go-
Now-
recognized the deaf person though.
Yeah. But
Did
here's the
we?
thing. Yeah, Gladys.
You above table, you know that it's Gladys, which is the person that was at the power plant. On
You got
table,
her
no,
name?
you wouldn't. I mean, you have the name and you heard her say Gladys, so then yes, you would then be able to connect the dots.
Yeah.
That was why her entire body was gone, but her hand was left.
Oh fuck.
Mm. So are we thinking now that this is not actually like a natural death, but like this whole lady is now a curse of death?
So I would say, first off,
I don't
let's
think
see.
we would
What is-
know that.
Yeah.
What does
first of
Everette
all,
think?
But
What does Everett
Yeah.
think?
I want to know
What does Everette think?
Yeah.
I think Everett would be thinking that no, this is not a natural thing. That I mean,
Okay.
someone like this whole chain of events of like someone giving essentially like if it's a person that became death incarnate, that is not a natural thing. Death is just kind of a concept. And like a
Mhm.
thing that happens, it's not a person, it's not an entity that exists. That is unnatural, that is supernatural.
Right.
Death isn't a thing that shows up.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean,
Like knocks on your door in person.
there are myths are stories. Stories don't always tell the entire story behind something. This thing was a representation of death, but that doesn't mean that it actually embodies death. It is, after all, from the beyond. It is a monster. This is not natural to this world. But yeah, from what they were saying with the curse and Gladys only having a hand there, the explosion of that transformer, everything leads to if you kill it or cut off a hand, perhaps, you become it. So,
It's full
if
circle.
you had killed it, you would have became it. Had you cut off her hand, you would have gained it. And if that was the case, you would have been targeted.
So now we just kind of think that it has left the area, presumably for now.
Presumably, the mist is gone. It seems that it got what it came for, and it is now gone.
We need to get
Just
Veronica
seems like
back
it
to
took-
Quentin.
It took a little bit of you on the way out.
That's fine. If it never hurts anybody, the price was worth it.
So, we return back to the chapter house, the McRae estate. You bring Veronica with you. You presumably help her, but we will go over those details later. First off, since we have finished this assignment, we are going to ask the illumination questions. So, 1, did you contain or destroy a source of bleed?
Yeah,
Everett
I
did.
contained some bleed.
Everett
Yes.
did.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you provide comfort or support to those affected? Absolutely, because Veronica, you brought her out and you saved her.
We've adopted her.
Of course.
We
Did you
adopted
bring
Veronica.
something?
She's ours now.
Did you bring something of importance back to Candela for studying?
We brought the petals.
Yeah.
The petals, yeah.
Petals.
Yeah.
I'll share a sample, I
Veronica's
guess.
Notebook in case there's
Yeah.
any.
We got that. I kept the severed hand.
The hand. Yep. I wasn't gonna say it unless you did because I didn't
No,
know
yeah,
if you
I
wanted
kept
to
the
keep it a
severed
secret.
hand.
Just off.
Yeah. So Yes. And then the last one, did everyone do at least one of your illumination keys for your character? Now, illumination keys are the things that you should do.
I got
Hell
all
yeah.
3.
Incredible.
I think I did all 3. I made a deal. I definitely did something illegal, and I stood up to authority that one-eyed brought authority.
I had to use violence as an action, protect someone, and run into danger. I think I did all 3 of those.
I have consult arcane text, which I did, collect oddities, which I definitely did, and act bizarre, which I always do. Inevitably.
I think I got 2. I don't know if I protected anyone.
It's fine.
I definitely got 1.
We were
I
too
don't know
busy
if I
protecting
got
you.
2 or 3.
Does pulling a grenade count as acting tactically though?
I mean, I say yes. I'd give it to
I mean,
you.
I would too,
say
yeah.
You acted tactically when you were like, "Oh, these idiots are yelling about lab study, and
let's go keep watch."
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
not
tactical.
tactical.
True.
That was not
that tracks.
tactical.
Did I spot a ruse?
Yeah, at the very end, you read her. You read her and
Okay.
saw that there was something that was behind. So I would say, yeah, absolutely.
Did I definitely performed a trick when I like the smoke bombs and stuff.
Mhm.
Did I
Hits are tactical
seek
tools.
out real magic?
I mean, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, the
all
thing is that your whole thing was investigating this thing. But you only have to get one of them. You don't have to get all 3. One of them gives you the full points, but Everett, what did you get?
I referenced research for sure.
Incredible.
I don't think I mentored anyone, and I don't know if we specifically made any plans.
You got one. That's all that matters.
A couple
So
of plans?
that
We're
means
overachievers,
that
Daddy.
that means that you got all 4 for that last one. So 7 illumination points in total, which
Hey.
means that you are just 1 step closer to leveling up. Not 1 step, but that much
Closer
closer.
than we were before.
Yeah.
Closer than you were
Right there.
before.
Where do we
Well,
track that?
on your character sheet, you can go to if you go to sheet settings, and then at the very bottom
okay.
there's switch to circle sheet. You can
Mhm.
add those there. But that is the end of that. You all return to your chapter house. You have a cuppa and you chill the fuck out. There are some Candela resources that we'll talk about later. We got $305 fucking dollars for the Trevor
Hey.
Project, and you know what? I am
That feels
very
pretty
excited
good.
about that. That's amazing. That is $305 that
Yeah.
came out of nowhere and was given. So that is amazing.
Every little bit helps a lot.
So first, thank you everybody that was here. Y'all are awesome. I really appreciate everyone that joined us and was active in chat and all of that. You guys are awesome. People that donated, super awesome, and those that shared to have people that come in here, even if you aren't able to donate, you're still awesome. We really appreciate all of those. But let's go ahead and go around the table and introduce ourselves, where people can find you. We'll start with Craig.
Hey, hi, I am mostly Craig of Inspiration. You can find me on Twitch, Twitch, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, and I also have a D&D blog, pointsofinspiration.com.
Cool. Becca.
Hello, I've been Becca. You can find me anywhere that I'm really worth finding as Cool Armadillo, either with the 0 as the final O or not. It really depends on a case-by-case basis. Really, all I do is paint miniatures, go to the desert, and write. And then I'm here for Misfits, and then that's about most of what I do. So,
Amazing.
thanks.
Ryan.
You can find me in most places as Run DMG. I make memes. I make tabletop RPG adventures. I do occasional thoughtful content, skits, all that stuff. You can find me based on every social media platform, unless I am too bored or lazy to join it. This has been an absolute pleasure. I want to thank you so much, Jonny, for having me. All of you were amazing. I ran a brief Candela game, just like a one shot. This is the first time I actually got to play it, and it was nice. It was perfect.
Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I feel that that first thing you're saying, too lazy or bored. Yeah. A lot of stuff goes on, so you have to really pick and choose. It sucks. Anyways, Whitney, hi.
Hi, I am Whitney, better known across the interwebs as @SmokingGlueGuns. I am your friendly maker of weird and messed up math frocks. You can find them all at SmokingGlueGuns.com, where currently until like the end of August, you can use code JohnnyDaddy to get 10% off any order using that code. This is a bit that's just gonna keep happening because I can do it now. But yeah, I make dice and content in the TTRPG space.
Amazing. Storydad.
Hi, I'm Storydad. I run games on at www.twitch.tv/anotherworldtabletop. I run all sorts of stuff. We're doing Daggerheart. We're doing Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. We've played Cyberpunk. We've done a billion different one-page RPGs. We do charity work all the time. We've raised money for a bunch of different causes. We enjoy telling stories and doing fun stuff. We make little shorts and blah blah blah. And you can find me on like every platform as Another World Tabletop. So
incredible.
That's me.
And then again, last but not least, Mandii.
Hi everybody, I'm Mandii, or the Mandii, as you see me all over the internet, and trust me, I am all over the internet. Just Google me. I work on a lot of APs, a lot of Twitch channels, a lot of YouTube channels, blah blah blah. Catch me at Gen Con later, soon TM, and yeah, that's me. Yeah, click on the link in chat if you want to see more of my stuff. I'm a professional dungeon master, TTRPG writer. I think I already said that. Anyway, thanks for having me. This has been super fun, and I want to play this more. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, we will have to, because
thank you so much, Johnny. That was super fun.
Yeah, I need
of
more
course.
time with Storydad.
You and the other
I
players.
love
Time.
More,
True,
please.
exactly.
We need more.
Good.
Yeah,
we need a schedule session 2 now.
Billion
So
pages
listen.
of backstory.
We're gonna keep going now. I'm bullying
to
you.
everybody
I'm
that is
mad.
watching, there's a link in the chat. We wrote this. Me, Boss Jellybean, and Margot Mods wrote Blackout, which is the cover at the very top right of this overlay. We're on Kickstarter right now. If you'd like to go and support us, it's like $3. I don't know, super cheap.
Click the link.
We
Click the link.
we already hit our funded goal, which I mean, it was pretty low because we didn't know what we were going to
We
expect.
hit it
with this.
immediately because we're amazing. Boom.
Yeah.
It was an immediate funded.
We
It was
shared
great.
Ah.
Yeah,
And
it was great. We're
should be.
just blown away with all the support that we've had. It's great. This was the adventure that I ran with a little, just like the tiniest of tweaks. But the thing is that this adventure is perfect for it because we don't over-explain everything and make you feel like you're bottlenecked into a certain thing. There was no sewer. I made it up. There,
What?
All of that
What?
stuff, right?
What?
So like, it's great. It's super
Oh my
great.
god, they made me run through that and it's not even canon? How dare you
Right?
say
Yeah.
breaking the fourth
Yeah.
wall?
Non-canonical.
Non-canonical.
Oh no. That's my band. That's my new band.
But-
Non-canonical.
Non-canonical
Don't
proof is just a
talk about
great
your
band
tricks.
name.
Stripper name.
It's my ska band.
Listen.
Stop it.
I really like
we
this
have-
first album.
we
The
have
second
made
album
this.
fell off for me.
Yeah.
Number 2. Yeah. Anyways,
I
so
saw a t-shirt coming.
it is available on Kickstarter. Well, not available on Kickstarter. We're doing a Kickstarter, and once the Kickstarter is done, we're going to send it to everybody. It is incredible. It has really dope art, as you can see. Kitty. It has a bunch of GM tips in it, and it is perfect for an introductory one-shot if you're looking for something like that. We also have the Bleeding Edge, which is on DM's Guild, and it's also an add-on for the Kickstarter, so the Bleeding Edge is a really dope one-shot as well that we also wrote, me and Margot Mods, a while ago. We hit Copper status on that, which is the first ever Candela assignment that hit Copper status, so that's
Nice.
pretty dope. Anyways, outside of that, Boss Jellybean, Margot Mods, and me, we make 3 Quills production. No public.
Yep.
3
Publishing.
Quills
Take
Publishing.
your time, Daddy.
Take it again. Take it again.
3 Quills Publishing.
You earned
That's
it, Daddy.
us.
You earned it. You earned
Thank
it.
you.
Daddy.
Thank you.
Yeah, Daddy.
Daddy, you need a drink.
It's been a
You can
night.
have a redo as a treat.
We're
Earned
not
it.
easy. I don't know if you can tell.
This honestly wasn't.
Magnus
it
was a
wasn't
treat.
bad.
Thank you.
Magnus was so much fun. All of your characters were so much fun. Just weaving the stories behind each of you it was so nice. Especially like it was something that I got to look forward to amongst all of the crazy busy work that I was doing for Candela Week. By the way, it's Candela Week, so go check out Candela.
Let's talk about tomorrow.
Yeah, go check out Candela if you're
Oh
watching.
yeah, tomorrow.
Let's talk
Shout
about
out
tomorrow.
Carrington Press.
Tomorrow, we're going to be doing a GM roundtable where me, Ryan, and Mandii are going to be involved in. We're going to be talking about the things that you need to know, how we run Candela, points that we want to give each of the new GMs and GMs that might be from D&D 5e, and how everything works in this game and how you can just transfer over. We're going to be doing that tomorrow night at 5:00 p.m. Pacific time. All the way down to 8 p.m. Eastern.
And where's
so
that going to be?
that's gonna
Here
be here.
on this channel.
It's gonna be here. It's
Right
gonna be
here.
right here.
Same bat
Yeah.
time, same bat channel as tonight.
Exactly. So
You want to tune
we're gonna
in
be doing
because
that.
guess who's moderating? It's me.
Woo!
Chaos.
Join us tomorrow. I'm Jonny. I'm Talking XP. I run Ravenloft Misfits on most Mondays. And Becca's in my game. Becca over here is in my game, and we're reaching the end of the Curse of Strahd campaign. It's really great. Outside of that, I'm probably forgetting something, but that's all good. Oh, I did an interview. with the lead designers of Candela Obscura.
Yeah, you
So
did.
that's also
Yeah, you
on
did.
my YouTube
Yeah,
page.
you did.
It was a great interview. We talked about, all things Candela. So go check it out. We talked about community content and things like that. It's great. YouTube channel.
Boom. We
Boom.
did it.
Yeah.
Daddy interviews well. We all know this.
Yeah.
Daddy does good
Daddy
interviews.
is an excellent
Thank you.
interviewer.
Thank you.
The best interviewer.
Daddy asked the best questions.
Daddy does ask the best
Ask
questions.
the best questions.
Well, I have to say, I had a lot of, there was a lot of help that I got from Margot Mods and Boss Jellybean. We're kind of the trio of Candela stuff. So not all me. So
Daddy's
Credit
also
where
so
credit is
humble.
due.
Yeah,
So
Daddy
humble.
takes suggestions.
Daddy's
Oh my
so
God.
conscientious.
He's such a good
Daddy
listener.
knows how to
Alright,
delegate.
all right.
He knows how to listen.
Enough compliments. I can't handle it. We're gonna go. All right,
Everyone
everybody.
Give Daddy compliments in the chat.
Oh God, please don't. Please
Daddy
don't
in
all
the
die.
chat. Daddy in the
All right,
chat.
bye
Daddy in the
everybody.
Chat, Daddy in the chat. Bye.
Bye.